Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How you doing? Okay, hey, girl, hey, you animal. I will catch you later. Hey, Dibby, what are you doing? How you feeling? Here we go. What do you think? Do you think she's gonna act up? I do. How are you feeling? I'm so sorry about your loss. Okay, Dibby, you're my sound person. I'm gonna try not wearing my headphones. Let me know right away if it echoes. And we'll see what happens. No coffee? I know I was running late because I needed to get a Mountain Dew. I have to have one a day. So yeah, that's the way that goes. Okay, cool. What happened to you last night? I know I'm making noise. Trying to hurry. Take some Tylenol. Oh, hey girl, hey girl, hey Angel. How are you, sweetness? I got my Mountain Dew. So I want to thank you guys for being live with me last night. Ended up being a really good live. Everybody was kind to each other. Y'all gonna make you? Well, no, don't cry. You got a pinched nerve? Man, that sucks. Nerve pain is the worst. I was with you until you ended the live. Oh, okay. I was talking about you because I was worried about you. Oh, oh, oh. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Not that I'm aware of, Judge, only that we'll still be running the video through the podium here.
Okay. You should be fine to go. Defense?
No, Your Honor. The prosecution approached just a little while ago with some admitted exhibits that didn't match up with yours. I don't think we're going to have an objection to that as
okay.
The defense, but just give me a couple minutes. I think
sure.
We'll stipulate that they came in.
Okay, and I can check back too. I am like 99% positive that both of them came in.
I am too. So some of the stuff they showed me, I specifically remember coming in, like the Del Bryant Harley's phone.
Yep.
And stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to be a problem, but
okay.
I can have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if necessary, we can check the record. I mean, we're talking about 48 pages of exhibit listings, and we're only off by 2 exhibits. That's pretty good.
I agree. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. And do we need to wait for Mr. Tellini?
No, but we can start, Your Honor.
Okay, and do we have? And there's Mr. Grusing in the back.
Yes, he's.
Okay, and do we have everybody? Okay, all right. Then let's go ahead and bring the jury in. I will advise lawyers. You know it as well as I do. We have an adverse weather event from tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. I don't know whether that's going to impact on anything or not.
It looks like it's going to be mostly northern El Paso County, is at least the projections that I've seen.
Okay.
So at least as long as people can get downtown, we should be okay.
Yeah, and I don't know which of our jurors it may potentially impact, but I'll have a discussion with them about it.
Yeah. Rockies.
Yep. Gotta love Colorado. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's is present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of things. We anticipate that there may be an adverse weather event sometime. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. So make sure two things. You have that contact information for me, my card, so you know how to call us if you need to. Number two, if there's an issue or you're concerned or you have a question, 719-520-SNOW, and that will tell you if there is a delay here at the courthouse. If it says that there is a 2-hour delay, be here at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. So not 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That should resolve that issue. I think it's primarily supposed to get more of the mountains and North Palmer Divide. I don't know how many of you may be up near that area, so just keep an eye on that. And then I have the question that you've all heard before. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of testimony from John Grusing. I think that's where we're resuming.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
And we don't need it just yet, Judge, but at some point here in just a minute or so, we're going to need these screens turned on as well. Good morning, Mr. Grusing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did, thank you.
Good. When we last had you on the stand, we had just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of that and what that meant to you during this interview?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So, especially during this later part of the interview when I was asking her about the blood, more than once she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect?
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer, and so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay. Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County. Did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right, so the next section we're going to play is a shorter section. It's at 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 13 seconds through 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds.
You know why I told you about that? I normally don't do this. Tell everybody all the evidence against them. Why do you think?
I don't know.
Because I think if you're to weigh this on, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs in El Paso has signed a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder. And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do, you know, all the fun stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then versus you taking a chance that you're going to get out.
For nothing, because I didn't do anything, sir. Okay, sir.
If you say you didn't do anything, do you know what an innocent person would do? I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. You know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking.
No.
You were not freaking
Yeah,
out.
right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard
for,
you
like,
freak out on the
days?
phone one time.
Think I haven't freaked out for days? You can't judge the way I freak
No.
something out one way and another way.
I have had the wrong person in a room like this before.
Okay.
And trust me, if they had any idea who did it, they would tell me.
Okay, well,
That makes no sense.
I
And no
guess that's
jury will
true.
buy, no jury's going to buy
Okay.
that you sit here with an answer that somebody else took Gannon, that all this head wound and
Sir,
all this stuff happened in there. Do you think I don't know what I'm talking about?
sir, I never questioned anything.
But you must, because you're taking a huge chance, Letecia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance.
How are you not taking
Because
a chance?
I know the man upstairs knows I did not do anything.
Well, he's not going to be on the jury.
Okay. All right, we're not going to go there with that. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. There's a higher power.
There
That
is.
higher power will make sure
I believe in the higher power as well.
that I do this. That really makes me feel good. It really does. I'm serious. So you know,
But Letecia, if this comes down to common sense,
I don't know.
and these prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're going to be sitting in front of.
Okay.
And if you're going to take a chance that they're not going to listen to all this evidence, all this blood, all these stories that you told about Gannon, and that you have the key to finding him and you don't do it, there's nobody else to prosecute.
Okay.
Why won't you go there?
I mean, why am I, what else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gannon.
I've already told you. Okay.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened to Gannon? Where did you gently place Gannon?
What?
I don't know how to phrase it.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't know, because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling.
We've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to getting descriptions of what happened to him?
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, and those sorts of things. And then she will settle back down. So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying yet a different tactic again.
Including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was with Gannon, since she was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine. And then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely to something in case we give them too much evidence and then they say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us and we share as much as we can to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question is, why were you doing that in this case? But you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Letecia, this is all about you. You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you.
Well,
Help yourself right now.
myself.
Why would you not?
How did
But tell me what happened.
what happened?
The way you described it.
Stand up for a moment.
Absolutely. The wounds that you described to him don't even come close to the blood in the.
That's what you think.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, this is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay. Sir.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power you
Oh, I do. That's why. You
What
want to know
about the
why?
truth? Do you study the truth?
You want to know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotion show like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that? Because I know God.
Okay.
I mean,
But what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
I don't know that. Guess what? But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Mill. So he started this. He ended up getting down to bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do, and that's where he went to the accusation part. And so he went down this whole trail talking about how accusation, and how this did to him, what he had to go through, and all that. But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. You know about the story of Paul, you know about Saul in the Bible. Okay, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So he turned those accusations into just keeping steadfast and staying strong, into believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But there's a lot of stories where God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this, and you can either A, and get it home, bring him to the front step, drop him off, so that I can please never have to worry about this again. You can let me stay focused on believing in you, not in him. The truth will come out. And it's okay because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these people of whatever. I'm not going to turn the same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Keaton.
But that, I get,
So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds.
go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did not.
I'm saying we go if. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
I'm not going to go.
This is not a trick.
But I'm not going to go answer that question because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually put in prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off a cliff and that he dropped a car on his little wife, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God-following Christian like you are, I said he could never admit that he did that to either life.
Well, I'm sorry that, what's his name, Harold? Harold is that type of person. Because a God follower, I'm not judging him, I'm saying, in order for you, you have to repent your sins to God, okay? You have to put yourself there. And in order to repent your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like, my sins are laid down. It is not involving hurting, harming, killing you. So I'm sorry that Harold or whatever his name is has like a different approach.
I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold does. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I'm here telling you we could go find him, and you were not giving us his location, alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11. Gannon.
That doesn't matter age, you're right. It's tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
And
that.
if you had the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take it.
I'm not going to twist things, Letecia.
To be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
with everyone
speculation.
else.
Please.
I can give you
I'll take
speculation.
speculation.
Speculation is to move on. Speculation is being with someone who is not willing to hurt him until they get something they want.
Why wouldn't they make the demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked about, we stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that you really care about is the person that you've harmed, I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you were asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yes.
Did she bring up a miscarriage that she apparently had sometime prior?
She does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds and goes through 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds.
And Your Honor, Mr. Allen,
All right.
All right.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Picking up from where we left off, we were going to jump to the confrontation about blood on the wall and being compared to a miscarriage, and it's going to jump to 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes worth of video.
If you had nothing to do with harming Gannon, why would you clean up the blood that's on the wall?
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house when you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleed. The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. It doesn't... The carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. Couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Gannon had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. There was all the time. Gannon was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
That's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
Well, what I'm trying to appeal to, though, is again you weighing your options right now before we're gone.
Sir,
Because you're taking a big risk with each other.
It's higher power. And that higher power is going to show the entire world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. And that's going to happen. Guaranteed. Because I did not hurt, did not dispose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
So why did you confront her with the blood cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lena's participation in this, but I wanted to see.
Lena, you mean?
Yeah, Lena's participation and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes, and again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to go there.
Appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Brucing to step down during this 8-minute portion.
Thanks.
So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
And about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want him home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
I just said I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was Give me your very last image of Gannon. That's an easy question. You have to remember your last image of Gannon. Letecia, what was he doing? Why would you not answer that?
Because I'm giving you.
No, you haven't told me exactly what you saw when you saw him for the very last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you? Tell me of your last, you know, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your very last image is there, but you won't tell me. Why won't you tell me?
Because it's nothing bad to
Well, then
you.
tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me. Image again.
I don't
Please.
have any bad images
I
again.
didn't say it was bad.
I don't
just
have
asked,
any.
what's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then
going to
tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? Like you said earlier.
Okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me?
No, I don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need to answer.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions
You've never answered this one.
because you have already predetermined what you want your brain along with everyone else.
Why don't you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Gannon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to clear it. He needs to answer that.
You automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
If you give me something else, I'll go.
Yeah,
with
no, that, wow.
Why do you care about my brain, Letecia? Yours is the one that matters. What's the last thing you
I'm
saw?
tell you one more time. Not hurt.
I didn't ask
Harm.
that. I did not ask. I don't care. What is the last
I
image you
think-
have?
All these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you answer? Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Gannon? Was he there? Doesn't that have to be taken in the brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with it for the rest of your life, Letecia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't. And I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
What? Sir, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't
Okay,
do.
then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer it.
but you predetermined yourself. When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't tell me what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I
I'm not
don't
going to
care.
say anything other than saying, it will stop everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it. This
But
was,
you did. What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Gannon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir,
I
you
have-
came in this
listen.
morning
No, I did not.
and you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear It never goes away. That last image.
Oh, well,
It never goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
right.
There is only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have, when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. A lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean,
And they still remember it like it was yesterday, 14 years later.
oh yeah,
You remember the last time you saw Gannon.
yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing again.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, the positive.
Women. Women.
Or was he? Was he standing?
You said tell me what I see. I'm just going to tell you
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
how Gannon was.
Okay.
Okay. Gannon was fine. Gannon nothing was wrong with Gannon. Gannon was happy. Gannon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or they say not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how we talked earlier?
Definitely.
Remember how we talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question.
You're
period,
saying, you're
because
giving me qualities of Gannon. You're not saying what
I'm
you
not.
saw. You're saying he's a favorite stepson. What did you see?
Yeah.
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Gannon.
I didn't see you did. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Gannon, so.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
No.
Seeing him for the last time.
Well, it's not going to be the last time, though.
The last time you saw him. Do you
Not
have
gonna
that?
be the last
Do
time.
you have that picture in your mind? Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. I know that, but I didn't do this.
Then why don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because you
It's
want
not-
honest. Why would I
I'm not
answer questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your last image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy life. That's what it will always
What you
be.
see in your brain.
Okay. Now you know my brain.
Yes, I know. You have an image of the last time you saw Gannon.
Okay.
If you didn't hurt him, why won't you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt him.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem for you?
I don't have a problem with anything.
Then tell me. Listen, I'm not accusing you of anything, Letecia. Just tell me the last time you saw him.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry. Oh,
You can go ahead.
I'm going to ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Grusing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be throughout this entire interview preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff. This entire section, was this another example of her deflecting away from the thrust of information you're trying to gather?
Yes.
Right after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. So just a couple minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done. Please.
are you going to find him?
Yes.
Well, I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or hurt him. And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
I don't have anymore for you because.
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
Because I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not. I mean,
I would be able to tell if you'd say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember him. And just you not answering it means you remember.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you now are a psychologist.
No, behavior analysis.
Okay, good. I'm glad you have behavior analysis. Okay. I appreciate you having me here. What else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
You don't want to answer that one.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why?
I-
If it helps find Gannon, you don't tell.
because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you're hurting or anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay, so
yes.
if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you. Treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and he would be standing there and you would still say to me, well, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what
You
you
know
think?
how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that
So this idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement
Yes,
because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds. So about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
okay.
I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
Because now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened. And you've been able to avoid trouble. But that doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it.
There's all the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
Not all on the last day they're seen alive.
You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay?
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it? And
Why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
the injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay,
head.
let's test it and see what day it came from. If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No,
It happened Saturday.
Can you are the ones who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me it's
It's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
Oh God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like
It's
that.
a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. Remember that I had
We're not
puddles of
talking
blood
about you. We're talking about 11.
that I did, and then there was no significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
Right.
The
What?
blood on the wall and by his bed.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no bearing.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, so, okay. Maybe check one of them.
You ready to tell me?
Maybe check one of them. Because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon. Even though it was
that's not
months
the
before.
question.
But Al can tell you the last time he saw Gannon. Even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. You should.
Okay.
What do I need to say to help you? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Gannon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. You didn't have anything to hide. You tell me your last
Don't
image of
have anything to hide.
then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your last image of Gannon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him. Just your last image in your head.
Hmm.
What's the last image in your head you have of him? Nothing. Or was he?
Yeah, you said that's image. That's the
I mean,
image.
was he sitting? Was he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
Walking
Towards you or away from you?
away.
Do you have any questions for me?
Hmm?
Any questions for me? No, have I not asked you a question that I should be asking you? Anything? What is that? No, I can't. Okay, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't? Just be, like you don't mean anything.
Maybe it's a document.
Sure.
Well,
Let's pause now at 4 hours, 46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
Do you then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past, as far as talking in circles, dodging questions, and just wanted to bring that back around. Something that she had told me to see if we could go straight forward just once with this last image question I had.
Did she ever give you a straightforward answer to the last image in her head?
No,
Throughout this long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
yes,
That's appeared to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part.
yes.
Your final contact with her is back in this room. It starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
Letecia. And here, like I said, you're going to have to go to whatever the jail that holds you in. Colorado's got the warrant, so they're going to transport you.
Okay.
You have anything else for me? You can please talk today, but if you have something you want to say, I'll sit here for another 4 hours.
where's the one?
The warrant's in the system. It's in the NCIC is what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant.
Okay.
Up there. Anything else? First degree murder, again, and stuff. That's why I was trying to come in here with you to help you. Because if we find Gannon, that makes a big difference. We'll let you go. If he's alive, you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator. If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes, good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
I'll talk to you about that.
So we're now at the end of that recorded interview, essentially. Is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
Yes,
Did you, in fact, have a short discussion with her off-camera?
yes.
What happened in that discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your, even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think, within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said something to the effect of, if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And in looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in two different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
Did she appear to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her? This is a first-degree murder charge.
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor,
No.
Jasmine,
No.
Harmony,
No.
Christina,
No.
Little Lucia,
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
May I have just a moment now? And that's all I have. I just need to disconnect this computer from here so that Mr. Cook has a clean plug-in.
Okay.
And you can, I was going to say turn off the screen if you'd like.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Gerson, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years. Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents early in your career? You were in different states.
Always Colorado.
Always. Okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Miss Stauch referred to you as something, and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you were a behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. what else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but I have to hear things a few times before they see.
No worries. Yeah, so I was a special agent, and I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Now, you told Ms. Stauch during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her, I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early whether it would be El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stauch.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said Letecia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever. You haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I. But in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Not really.
Okay. Well, what if I started questioning you right here instead of saying, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining you and I was using the third person to refer to myself.
It would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it. Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Letecia, I don't like my stepson, you recall those.
I do.
Discussing that with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay. So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I don't.
Okay. And that's not because you didn't look. It's just because that information was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know you're talking about when her actual search happened on her phone.
Yeah. When she, Googled in, I don't like my stepson. What do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it?
Correct. Yeah, it was no timestamp date was given to me for those searches.
Okay. So some of these searches could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them could have been actually after January 27th.
Correct.
But before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being stab him 17 times, plunge and force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
That'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stauch tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video and told her that she's told you about 7 different stories. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
Okay. And then Mr. Allen asked you one time, and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another story. So.
Okay. But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go back and
Correct.
basically
We could count them up.
yeah. I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing
That
with.
sounds correct.
And one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay. Now, during some of the interviews, Ms. Stauch or Letecia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is almost 5 hours a long time to be in an interview room like that?
It just depends on the situation.
What was your goal when you went into this interview room with Letecia? Was it to find out who Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting the confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon?
That's correct.
Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
Me?
I think that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grusin.
Thank you.
Mr. Grusing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes.
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No.
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
It did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No.
or acting as a separate person?
No.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational. I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Yes, state.
Sure. Any other indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview, and I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Letecia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful. And I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall
information?
Yes. Anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide, she could recall easily. Dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened again?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate, and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon while she was even still in Colorado. So just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes,
Why?
because we saw that she knew what she was doing. And we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Grusing? Looks like we have one. Just write it down, pass it forward. Just one. Okay. Council approach, please. Back to this case. With that, if I can have everyone ready to go at 10:35, we should be able to start at that time. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury in its left courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, Judge. What time did you say to come back?
10:35. Defense. Anything from defense? Mr.
Yes.
Salini or Mr. Cook?
Nothing yet.
Okay. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Well, I wonder what that was about. Oh, what was I gonna say? God, I can't remember. So 10:35 their time, huh? That's what, a 20-minute break. I hope they have something more, interesting today. Because these law enforcement people are so boring to me. Yeah, that's crazy. Or sugar, I should say. I had one in 2016. It was the most horrible thing ever. I don't, I don't remember like the first 6 months for sure, up to a year, because I had in-home care that came to help take care of me 3 times a week, and I had to learn how to walk, talk right. Um, you know, I couldn't feed myself. I couldn't get the fork up to my mouth. And then I was, how old was I? 46 years old when that happened. And I couldn't get the words out right to express myself. I still have problems today with my speech and my memory. My short term memory sucks. So, yeah, I understand what you're going through. I hate it when people will leave comments to me. My 9-year-old nephew is one of them, can talk better than you and speak better than you and read better than you. I'm like, oh my God, these people that throw shit words like that, or, say mean things to people, they have no clue what somebody has gone through in their life, you know? Yep. I'm just happy I can, walk, drive, all that. Hey, Tiffany, hi, how you doing? I know, I hate people like that too. If they would like read my description or about me or whatever, it'll tell you in 2016. And you guys want to hear something funny? Because I gotta repeat things, do it over and over and over. Like I'll forget how to make a video if I don't do one a day. It's crazy, people. But a nurse told me about YouTube. I never knew what YouTube was ever. So I think it was 6, 7 months after it. And then that's how I got introduced to YouTube because I never heard of it before. Because she wanted me to communicate with people. It still confuses me. I got to snap, or I got to call the snap, crackle, pop doctor. How you doing, Tiffany? Today doesn't even sound like or feel like a Monday. I know, she was amazing to me. I guess I was mean to her in the beginning. Well, not mean, but she would come in my room and wake me up at 6 a.m. every morning. And believe me, I'm not an angry person, but at the beginning, I guess I'd be kind of cranky. I'm like, what the fuck you waking me up for? Oops, sorry, you guys, my language. But I got to know her really good, and she got me a gift when she wasn't taking care of me no more, and I made her something. I appreciate you laughing at me, G. I thank everybody that always comes here. I appreciate it. Anything going on with anybody? Anything? Anything good? You know what I was thinking? We got a good group of people that come here. If you got channels, we should do lives where we just, talk shit. I got more than one channel because people try really hard. It's so weird to take down my main channel here. So I made a couple more just in case because people are stupid and jealous. And you know what? Every time it has to do with letters from Letecia. People, what do you think about that? So, I could do a live like on my other channel, you know, just talking shit. Just an idea. I know. I go to the doctors twice a week. Oh, God, it sucks. I hate it. No, you don't. It doesn't matter how many subs you got. You can have one and go live from a laptop, but not a cell phone. Oh, no. Really? 6 months? Oh, my gosh. I'll keep her in my prayers. Oh, no. You can stay in comments. You can come on panel. You don't got to show your face. You know what's funny? I hardly ever show my face because I always say to myself, oh my God, people are staring at me. However, I can do those goofy skits. Does that make sense, people? I can make fun of people doing skits, of Lori, BHB. It's just weird. No. Really, Dippy? Not on your phone, kid. You have to have 50. Oh, you're talking phone. Okay, I was talking laptop. And then to use your phone, it used to be either 1,000 or 1,400. Yeah, I had one of my kids, I think it was 10 weeks early. I can't remember. That was my Kayla. Let me show you a picture here. Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. We got time. Okay, you guys ready? I'm going to show you my baby. Okay, that's I hope it's sharing, you guys. Oh yeah, okay. This is my Kayla. She was a preemie, but she weighed 3 pounds. However, she had she couldn't breathe on her own, and she had a grade 1 hemorrhage in her brain. And it's amazing how she's pulled through. Look at this. I was 18 when I had her. Look at me. There she is without her oxygen. This is 1989, by the way. No good. It's the first time I got to hold her. Oh, she got to come home. I think she was 5 months there. 5 months old. That's my oldest boy. There she is. What a sweet little girl. Hold on. I want to be careful here and not show something. Let me look. Well, maybe I'm going to be careful because people are, yeah. My daughter might be even watching. I don't know. She's in Florida. Okay, here's some more. With that sweet little girl. Just precious. I had my daughter at 18. She was born early at 3 pounds. Yeah, mine was 3 pounds too. Ain't that something? I already showed you guys pictures the other day. Let me see. Oh no. I wonder what I did with those pictures. Babies are so precious. My daughter, she suffers from, well, she's tiny, of course, but she suffers from, oh my God, see, I can't even pronounce a word right. Seizures. Yeah. And then she's got spinal cord issues. Yeah. It was scary. But look at how the doctors are nowadays. The things that they can do are amazing. 2 pounds, 8 ounces. Wow. Dang. Hey, did you get your coffee? Oh, yes, you did. Cool. Yeah, that is funny. Cool, cool, cool. My son was 3.5 weeks late. Late? Oh my gosh. I bet that sucked. All mine came early. They did not want to be inside me. And when I was, how old was I? 22. I got my tubes tied. And then after that, I had a hysterectomy because I couldn't take back then the pill. And also, I had my babies were so sick that I didn't want to give birth to another child, a sick baby. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, look who's here. There's my girl. There's my sister. Hey, girl. Hey. How you doing? I've been looking at your pictures. You are so pretty. You know, someday I'm going to get out there in South Carolina. You know that, right? And we're going to go raise hell. Yes, we are. I love you too. I have known Carla since I've been on YouTube. She's dear to my heart. She came in my life at a crucial time. Yeah. Is anybody bored from these phone calls? We've got to meet up. Maybe we can go to the beach, Myrtle Beach. You know what? Because I don't even have, we don't have oceans here or anything. We got man-made lakes, you know, what we call beaches. Hey, I've seen you just went to Florida on vacation. Was it for your birthday or just vacation? I heard South Carolina is beautiful. He was due March 17th and they took him by emergency. Oh my God. Why did they let you go so long? I don't understand. I'm 30 minutes from Myrtle Beach. Nice. How's your baby girl doing? I bet she's getting big. She's probably, a young lady. Is she driving yet? She's pretty close to that age, ain't she? Maybe a permit? You're an hour from Myrtle Beach? Did you get a new phone? Oh, that's what, Dippy, I agree with you. Cell phones, you could see clearer pictures than on a laptop or a piece. Oh,
Thank you.
oh,
May
oh.
all be seated.
Hold on, people. Hold on. She's
Court will
16.
recall 20 CR 1358. People
Wow.
versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? All right. They just left it in their seats. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. All rise for the jury, please.
You guys figure it out. You do them first.
Everybody okay? Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Prosecution claims, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Special Agent David Donati. While Mr. Donati is walking up to be sworn in, we've already put People's Exhibits 281 through 289 in the witness stand, the photographs.
Sorry, Special Agent Donati, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, doing fine.
Thank you. Good.
Oh.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is David Donati, spelled D as in David, Onati. I'm a special agent with the FBI
Oh, God,
How long
another.
have you been with the FBI?
for 12 years now.
What are your responsibilities with the FBI?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different places. Currently, I work in the Minneapolis division doing criminal investigations. I started off my career in Lander, Wyoming, which is an RA or resident agency on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I spent 3.5 years there, and then I came to Colorado Springs and spent about 5 years here.
What were the years that you were in Colorado Springs?
2015, probably from April 2015 to September of 2020.
All right. What kind of cases have you investigated?
I've done a multitude of things, everything mostly in the violent crime aspect, everything from bank robberies to missing persons, homicide investigations, kidnappings, bank robberies.
Okay. What kind of training do you have that allows you to be an FBI agent?
To be an FBI agent, you attend the New Agent Academy, which is about 20 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. There we learn a series of different things, everything from interviewing to collecting of evidence to all the other duties that a special agent does. I've also attended other training during my service with the FBI, which is helps you to be better at your job and continuing training as collecting evidence and interviewing people.
As it relates to the case that we're here for, how did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Early on in the investigation, we were contacted by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office about a missing juvenile, and they asked our office to assist. And at the time, I was assigned as the case agent to help with that assist.
Did you at some point assist removing some items from a VW Tiguan?
Yes, I believe that was on February 7th of 2020.
So let's talk about the Tiguan, at least as far as you knew it. Did you understand that to be associated with the defendant in the case?
Yes, I understood it to be the vehicle that that she owned and that she drove.
What were you tasked to do as it relates to that particular vehicle?
On that particular vehicle, I was tasked to assist. I had other people that helped me collect the what is called the telematics system from the vehicle. And that's several different components that has the ability to store data of the vehicle while it's being operated.
Specifically, what kind of data were you looking for or hoping to get out of the telematics?
Well, every vehicle is different. Every manufacturer is different. But we do know that these systems do store everything from dates and times to actual GPS coordinates. And some vehicles do also store things like when the vehicle was in motion, when the vehicle was stopped, different systems on the car running, things like that. So, like I said, depending on what that vehicle manufacturer and that data consisted of, it can tell you a lot. And some vehicles, it doesn't tell you much.
What does that process look like removing the telematics from a vehicle?
So the telematics systems can be stored in several different places. There is items that are called the infotainment system, the electronic control modules that store this information. In this particular vehicle, there were 3 different items that we were looking for, and most of those are contained in the dash or under the dash somewhere.
Were you able to find those particular items for this particular vehicle on that February 7th date?
We did. We collected 3 different items from the vehicle, and that involved removing some sections of the dash to get to those.
Do you yourself then analyze those components to get this data that you're looking for or hoping to get?
No, that is then what I do is I collect those components as evidence. I enter them into our computer, and then I put them in FedEx shipping and ship them to Virginia, our headquarters, where the experts can then analyze the data.
Okay, is that what you did in this case?
I did.
So I want to direct your attention to the photographs that I put on the desk there in front of you. It should be People's Exhibits 281 through 289. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Will you please flip through those and then let me know when you're done looking at them?
I'm done.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are they of generally?
So the photographs of the Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe to be owned and driven by the defendant, it was located in the El Paso County's vehicle bay where they store their evidence.
And are those photographs fair and accurate representations as to what you saw and in the removal process of this infotainment center?
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry.
I actually took these photographs as we removed them from the vehicle.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I've moved for admission and permission to publish 281 through 289.
defense.
No objection.
281 through 289 will be admitted.
We're connected back over here now, Judge. In just a moment, we're going to be projecting 281 up behind you. And just as a housekeeping matter, there should be a pointer there in the witness box and a telescoping pointer of some kind. You can either use that to point at the photograph itself, or you can just describe it by looking at the photo in front of you.
Okay.
Either one that you want to use. So we've got 281 up behind you. So let's look at the left side first. That's what looks like a shipping label. What is that?
That is exactly what you said. It's a FedEx shipping label where I package the items, use the FedEx computer system, and entered the information on where I wanted to send it to. And I believe the date on that was February 10th. It's hard to see on the screen, but it's the shipment date.
And it's kind of awkward the way that we've got to do this. So if you stand up and, oops, go back, please. If you stand up and are talking about what's in the photograph, just make sure that our furthest jurors can hear you. The microphone doesn't pick it up very well.
Sorry about that. So this is the shipping label that I used, and I believe the date was February 10th when I shipped it out.
Is it typical to collect items and then ship them out a couple of days later?
It is. One, I have to enter everything into the computer. That document has to be signed by my supervisor before I get the numbers, which are our tracking, our evidence tracking ability. So sometimes that takes a day or 2 days. Then I can package it up and send it out for FedEx.
How is it stored in the meantime?
Our facility is a controlled storage for evidence collection.
Is there any opportunity for the data that's on these devices to be altered or changed while you're waiting that shipment process?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then on the right side of People's Exhibit 281, is that the vehicle?
Yes, this is the 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe the defendant will drive.
Was that belief based off of information that you had gathered during the course of this investigation?
It was.
All right, 282. What's in 282?
In this picture, we're more centered on this, the glove compartment area. And this would be the information electronic control module that will be removed. It sits right here. It has kind of a plastic cover, but once we remove it, I think there's another photograph of that.
When you're going through this process, are you basically just gaining access to the thing and then unplugging it and pulling it out?
Yeah, there's basically that's it. In some situations, like around the display module, there's molding that comes on everybody's dash that is popped out or removed. It's usually in by clips. Every once in a while, there's a screw or something like that needs to be removed.
And then, just so that we're understanding what's happening in this photograph, why does it appear that there's white powder on everything in there?
This vehicle had gone through a previous evidence collection, and I forget what the name of that is, but that's like a luminol.
Blue Star?
Is Blue Star.
Okay.
That's used to under lights to detect evidence of other types of evidence like blood or other things like that.
So is that basically just the residue of the Blue Star, what it looks like once it dries?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
283?
And this box here, the front is what you saw in the other picture would be on this side of this silver box. And then all the cables come like very similar to a computer component. They can be unplugged and pulled out.
Did you in fact unplug this unit and pull it out? And that's one of the things that was shipped off to Quantico, Virginia?
Yes.
All right. 284?
And this is the item sitting on the bench top just to get a better focused picture of.
Same item that was in.
Same item that we've just talked about.
Okay, perfect. 285?
This is the infotainment display. This is usually on vehicles where your radio is seen, or if you have a backup camera, things like that. So this piece that is removed here was the venting above it, and the piece that we are collecting as evidence is this display system you see a knob right here.
Okay. 286.
This is the back of that unit. The face would be facing the gear shift right there.
So is that on the face that's sort of facing down towards the gear shifter? Is that basically that touch screen that's in a lot of modern cars?
Exactly. It's a touch screen that, like I said, usually allows you to change the radio or do the air conditioning, a lot of other features. Some of them have mapping systems, things like that.
287.
This is a little bit harder to see, but this would be the emergency call module. It is located inside the dash behind the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see a better picture when we actually get it out.
288.
And this is that same item, the emergency call module.
So that comes out of the left side of the dashboard, left of the steering wheel?
It comes out of I couldn't tell you exactly which side of the steering wheel from memory, but yes, it's the left side. It's the driver's side of the vehicle, kind of back behind the steering wheel. So you had to remove some components of the dash to get to it.
And then that should be 288. That's up there now. So let's look at 289.
And this is that same item on the table where you can see it a little bit better.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit back down. So tell the jury, you mentioned that this will go into a temporary storage at your facility and then you will package it up to ship it. How do you ensure that what you're shipping and what is received is the same thing?
Good question. We have several ways of doing that. We have an evidence tracking form that goes with it that talks about who handled that product. But the items itself actually get packaged inside a box. It gets the red evidence tape over the top so that during shipping, if there's anybody that would tamper with it, that tape would be ripped, the box would be open. So we can say that if it gets there and that tape is secure, that the item was not tampered with during shipment.
Once an item gets analyzed, do you know what happens with the data that may or may not come off of these units when you ship them off to Quantico?
Whenever that evidence is finalized and they get some information off, they would then send it back to us in a similar manner. It would be packaged with red evidence tape and put in FedEx and sent back to us.
If there is location data that's included in the data that's pulled off of that, is that made available to other members of the FBI to potentially map that information?
Yes. So when they pull that information off, they can send it to us. That helps us because we're in the middle of an investigation. And as soon as we can get that information, it definitely helps us quicker. A lot of times we get information sent via email or something like that. It would show us data points or GPS coordinates that we could plot on a map on a computer system and overlay it with like something that you'd be familiar with is like Google Maps with different points plotted on it.
Did that happen in this case where information came back from Quantico with location data for this particular vehicle?
It did. It came back relatively quickly, but that information is kind of raw data, and they tell us that it's not has not been certified or verified yet. So they tell us to look at it and use other means to try to corroborate that information. But I did get the data points early on in the investigation.
Did you give that information then to Special Agent Kevin Hoyland to go through that mapping process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether that was successfully done or not?
Yes, it was successfully done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
So I have
No
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Donati? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Special Agent Dwight Felkowski. I'm going to place this on the witness stand. Go ahead and pull this out.
Okay.
Before Mr. Valkowski takes the stand, would it be possible for defense tonight to approach just briefly?
Oh, sure. All right. Agent Delkowski, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Step on up.
Yeah, you can come right up in here.
It's all right. You swear to affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled Falkofske.
Mr. Falkowski, who do you work for?
I work for the FBI.
What do you do for the FBI?
I work as an automotive forensic specialist, and I want to expound on that.
Yes, please.
So that involves taking parts from vehicles, cars that have been that are brought to us, and we go in and find the data inside the vehicles, and we extract the data and then recraft it into a format that's human readable, so we can find out stuff that the car has contained, such as location data or phones or devices that have been connected to the car and the data associated with those things.
All right, so what kind of training allows you to do that job?
I'm an electrical engineer by a Bachelor's of Science from Virginia Tech. I have other items on my CV that I could put out for you for FBI training if you'd like.
Sure, yeah, so let's start with that, the FBI training.
Okay, let me pull up my CV.
Okay.
Okay, with the FBI, I've taken DEMS training, that's Digital Evidence Management Systems, digital evidence handling, legal ethics training, CDART mentorship and proficiency testing. That is a specialized internal thing. A little explanation there is previously I worked for the FBI as a contractor that allowed contractors to handle evidence in their facility. And also I have testified as an expert witness now twice.
Okay. How long have you, you said, I think, an electrical engineer. How long have you been an electrical engineer?
My degree was from Virginia Tech in 1992.
Okay. What's your investigative experience? How many different investigations have you been involved with?
More than I can contend with at the moment. I have an estimate on my CV. One moment.
Sure.
Let's see. I've listed over 70 devices that I've examined since 2018.
Okay. What kind of devices have you examined? And I'm not asking you to give us an exhaustive list, but just a generalized idea of what kind of devices that you've worked on in your role as an FBI agent.
Okay, I'll give you the primary two pieces that I typically see from vehicles. And one is the infotainment system, which is the center portion of your car that provides you with information about, like, if you're navigating or what music you're playing, that hardware. Also, another piece of hardware that we pull from the cars is a telematics device. This is a piece that typically talks back to the corporation that's providing connected services.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've testified as an expert witness. What jurisdictions were those expert witness testimonies provided in?
Both were in South Carolina.
Okay. Was that with the Alex Murdaugh case?
Yes, one with the Murdaugh case.
Okay. What was your assignment back in 2020? Same assignment as what you're testifying to today?
Clarify, please.
What was your assignment with the FBI in 2020?
In 2020.
Yes.
So 2020, I was doing the same work as a contractor with the FBI.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to work on some devices as it relates to the Gannon Stauch investigation?
Yes.
Before I do that, Your Honor, at this time I've moved to qualify this witness as an expert witness in automotive forensic specialists.
Defense?
I don't have an objection. That's fine.
All right, the witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So as it relates to the devices that you examined in this case, what devices did you look at?
There were 4 pieces that I examined, and I have, I don't have the list of them in front of me, but there were 4 pieces from the vehicle. I knew that some pieces that we had worked on were not valuable in extracting data from, but there were one in particular, the infotainment system from that car was probably the primary one we looked at.
Okay. When you say 4 pieces, does that mean that one of the modules had an SD card in it or something like that, that expanded it out to 4?
No.
Okay.
The 4 physical pieces, and it should be listed in the hardware list or on the in the evidence that I provided, the digital evidence, derivative evidence. There are 4 listings there, and it shows explicitly on each piece what was provided, and it includes pictures.
Okay. And then as it relates to your work, did you have 2 different efforts towards gathering this information? One that was an initial uncertified basically result, and then a second that was more in-depth?
Yes, so I'll go ahead and explain the situation around that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So it came to us initially as an active search for a missing child, and in which case we prioritized something like that and put it, we're working on that now. And so when we initially got the pieces in, it was from a vehicle that we had not previously looked at, so we had no idea of what it might contain or the data in it. So we provided a very fast analysis on the system at that point and was able to extract location data out of that vehicle. But then part of our standard process is when we develop tools to get data off of vehicles, we have to validate them later, which requires a much more exhaustive effort to show that the data that we're putting on a system is exactly what we're getting off. So when I say this data point represents the vehicle in this location, that is accurate. So it took us an additional approximate year or so to finish that validation process.
Okay. So when you had that initial effort that you get that unvalidated data, what did you do with it, that unvalidated data?
We provided it as preliminary data back to the field.
Okay. And then that secondary effort that you mentioned was roughly a year down the road from that first effort. Was that data, did that basically validate all the data, including the data that you had sent the first time?
That's correct. And there were also, I believe there was a little bit of additional data provided as we found more data on the system over time.
Okay. Was there any discrepancy in the data? And what I mean by that is that the initial data that you provided early on, was any of that data that you provided to the investigation proven wrong based on the secondary release of data?
No, that data proved accurate.
Okay. So when we're talking about the item that was given fruitful information towards this investigation, what was that particular device?
The head unit, there was 4 devices. I believe it's the item that ends with 04. Is that?
Well, you're the expert. I can't.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from. All I know is it magically appears.
All right, give me a moment. Let me pull out some records and so I can find we're looking for. Okay, I do have the list here.
Okay.
So you want me to go through all 4 pieces or just this one?
Well, so let me ask you just a clarifying question before we go
Okay.
down that path. Did you look at all of the items that you received from Colorado Springs to see if there was going to be any useful information on all of them?
Yes, we evaluated each piece.
And then through that evaluation, did you determine, based on what you've already said, that only one was going to provide any useful location data?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that one then.
Okay.
What particular item are we talking about that provided useful location data for this investigation?
Okay, it was the information ECM, that's electronic control module, basically the head unit that I explained before, from a 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan.
Who did you receive these items from?
From our internal evidence control facility.
Okay, but when you get it from your internal evidence control facility, can you tell like what case it's being sent from?
The case number is with it, yes.
Okay, and can you verify that it belongs to a Volkswagen Tiguan that was seized in Colorado Springs as opposed to, let's say, Seattle, Washington?
Yes, we have a chain of evidence maintained in the digital evidence management system.
And the information that we're talking about here, was that in relation to this specific case that we're having you testify on?
All right, I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The evidence that we're talking about here, the
Yes.
location data that you were able to pull, can you verify that that information relates to our case that you're testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, how do you get the information off of this electronic control module head unit?
You want to go into specifics?
Tell the
Okay.
jury how that works.
I'm going to pull out my notes from that. Okay, when I'm processing the evidence, this is what we did to this particular piece of evidence. We first labeled the evidence with the evidence item number and took photographs of it in its state as received. Then we disassembled the specimen, removed the circuit boards, and removed some of the memory flash chips from the circuit board that was inside. And from the flash chips, then we were able to read those flash chips using a tool so that we would have what was a binary image provided that represents the data that was inside those flash chips. Now that data is in a digital format readable by computers and not necessarily understandable by humans. And so this is where our processes continue.
So let me break in there just so that we're understanding.
Okay.
When you say that you pull a chip off and then you read it, do you mean that you're physically looking at it and reading information off of it?
We have specialized tools that access the chip and can read the chip in its proper protocols to be able to pull the data off correctly.
And were you able to successfully do that in this particular case?
Yes, for 2 chips.
For 2 chips off of this electronic control module circuit board?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you then look at the data before you send it back to the investigative arm or area?
Yes. So this case, at this point in the stage, you've only got a binary image with no understanding of what the data means.
Okay.
And so there was processing performed at this point.
So tell us about the processing.
Okay. So part of this is we were able to extract logical file systems from the image. And from the logical file systems, we combed the files that we found for information that might be related to location of the vehicle, because that was stated as an item of interest. And from that, we found, one moment. We quickly found that there was some location data available in some computer logs that were on there in a textual format that were very easy to access, which allowed us to quickly, within 1 day, write a parsing tool that would go out and pull that data from those logs. And that data was represented with coordinates and timestamps.
And when you say coordinates, do you mean like GPS coordinates?
Yeah, geocoordinates.
Geo coordinates?
Yeah.
When you get those geo coordinates out of that log that you're describing, what do you do with it?
So we prepare it into a format that is usable for us humans. I can give you a coordinate, but then you don't even have to go and type those coordinates into a thing like Google Earth to be able to see them. So we take that and provide, the parser takes the information and puts it into a file that you can just throw into Google Earth. It's called a KML file. And that file will automatically populate the locations and times of the vehicle on a map.
Okay. So how do you get that information back to the originating investigative region?
So in this case, we also provided because of the nature of the search, we went ahead and looked at some of the data and provided a PDF as well, along with the KML file to say, here's some points of interest you may want to go look at. And that was, I'm just seeing which method was provided back. It was provided back to the field. I believe that was over electronic communication.
Okay. Do you know who you provided it to?
So I wrote down here the case agent, which I guess at the time that might have been Donati.
Okay. So Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you provide that to him? Do you have that information?
I have the date that I had the review. February 12th, 2020.
Okay. And then is it common for field agents to then potentially give that information to other potential experts, FBI or not FBI, to then do some sort of mapping with this data that you're providing?
Absolutely. It's their call what they do with the data.
Okay. The should be up there on the desk with you. I put the exhibit envelope. Should be People's Exhibit 291. Do you see that?
This thing?
Yep.
Okay.
You see that? Do you recognize it?
Is there something inside I need to look at?
Well, do you recognize it or not?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, did you put the information on some sort of a card, SD card, or something like that?
I put on an SD card, yes.
Okay. The information that was contained in that SD card, was that provided back to the field to Special Agent David Donati?
That was provided, yes, at a later time.
Okay. How was that provided to him?
Okay, so that, as I was speaking earlier, we had about a year's time pass where we provided the validation of the data. So when our evaluation of the whole process was complete to our satisfaction, then we provided this evidence in totality and in confidence back to the field through the SD card.
Okay. And so what we have in People's Exhibit 291, is that the information that you provided back to the field based on your extraction of the data from those modules?
I see it says SD card, but I don't see the SD card here. So
okay. So do you remember prior to you getting on the stand, me asking if you'd had a chance to look at this item or?
I looked at the SD card and I initialed the SD card. Is that not available?
Okay, so that should be in that envelope.
In the envelope. Okay, I just wanted to check.
There should be some scissors there to your left.
Okay, I will open the envelope.
Yep.
There we go.
Is that what you looked at?
That is what I looked at.
Okay.
This is the evidence we provided.
All right.
I did not recognize the package it was in.
Okay. So is that the same SD card that was provided in this investigation that contained that location data that you sent back to the field investigator, Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that data that you recovered from the electronic control module back on February 12th of 2020?
Yes, I verified it just shortly before this meeting.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 291.
Defense.
Can I ask just what are a couple questions?
On authenticity. Yes,
The
go ahead.
exhibit.
Go ahead.
Yes. Special Agent, hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just quickly, this SD card information you have, is this the verified stuff that came approximately a year after February 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, this isn't the initial.
This is not the preliminary data. It does include the preliminary data that we provided at that time as well.
Okay. And how is the preliminary data different from the final data that you got at a year later?
So the preliminary data was what we initially found during a compressed timeline to try to locate a missing child, and later on proved to be accurate in its totality. There were some potential additions to the data as we continued to process it over that year.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or inconsistencies between the preliminary data and the final data that was published or released a year later?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have an objection.
Right. Exhibit 291 will be admitted. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
And that was the some of my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
No, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Falkowski? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Before you get down, you can put that as back.
It is in the envelope, but it is not sealed. Here's.
Counsel approach for a moment. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, trials are sort of a dicey business. Sometimes witnesses go faster than you think, and sometimes they take longer than what you think. The good news and the bad news here is the same, which is these witnesses are going a little bit faster, which means that there's about 45 minutes that we would normally use that we're not going to. So what that means is that you're going to have a longer lunch. We will have all of these witnesses coming in at 1:30. So if you can come back or be back in the jury room at 1:30 and be ready to proceed at that point in time, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourself. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. With that, all rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution.
Just to expand a little bit on that issue as far as witnesses, just looking at it a little bit. So we've got two witnesses scheduled to finish out today, Judge. They're local witnesses. And then our next witnesses are, I think, not available until tomorrow morning. We have three witnesses lined up for tomorrow morning. One of which is Dr. Grimmett, who now lives in Hawaii. I think flew in maybe, okay, she flew in at 6 a.m. this morning. Special Agent Kevin Hoyland from the FBI is from the East Coast. He's actually flying in today. I'm not sure exactly what time he gets in. And then Dr. Moore from the jail is where she used to work. She does no longer works, I don't believe. Is that right? She's in Kansas. She lives in Kansas now.
Okay.
And just along those same lines, we've got what appears to be 7-ish witnesses left, Judge.
Okay. Okay. Well, we have some holes or some gaps here and there. I mean, you guys have done a good job in being efficient and moving things along. So I think we're ahead of the schedule, and I understand when we get towards the end of trial, that's usually where the holes start to appear because you've got a limited number of witnesses that you're trying to get to rearrange and schedule. So I get that.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Grimmett the only one that you're going to call from CMHIP? Or
No,
Perez or Gray?
Torres is also from CMHIP.
And you're going to call her?
I believe so, Dutch.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then just for scheduling, you remember, you usually thought about bringing Dr. Lewis in on Friday, based upon these, not sure they're going to be done before then. We take you back, flying in this weekend, maybe that's fine.
Okay. So it's possible that Friday may be a down day.
We may have Friday afternoon.
Well, we
Not
can,
off, but I don't know.
we can talk about jury instructions, see where we are then. We ought to have some idea. We ought to be pretty close because it sounds to me like most likely will be done sometime next week. That's fair?
Yes, I would say that's very fair.
Okay. So we can talk about jury instructions on Friday and see where we are. They look to be in pretty good shape, frankly. Mr. Tellini, can you give me a theory of defense by Friday?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if I get in Thursday, because I've been kind of cruise through them, but I haven't looked at them
Sure.
specifically. So I'll have any defense instructions or any other
Right.
instructions from the defense by Friday.
Yeah, just give me some idea so that, okay. Okay, then we will see everybody at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
My God, you guys. Did you hear that? Oh. They're already talking about jury instructions. That's crazy. Wow. Well, yeah, that's good because you know what? She's just overwhelming here. Okay, I'm trying to find something for us to watch. I want to check this out here. Hold on a minute. Let me get it. Oh, sorry guys. So I want to check into Lori here. Let me know if there's an echo, please, Dippy. Here we go. This is Charles Vallow's ex-wife.
Surprised to see Chandler PD come and testify. What were your thoughts on that and bringing up, Charles Vallow?
I was surprised as well. We didn't know that that was going to be even allowed into this case. So it's interesting to hear that that's a factor, which we always knew it was, but that they're introducing it in the court.
Yeah, the prosecution cited the Idaho Law 404B, crimes that could, set a motive. What stood out to you with what Chandler PD was talking about with how the crime scene unfolded and what they found with Charles, in the home?
I wish they would have acted sooner. It sounds like they didn't engage until January. We were not aware of the multiple shots taken at Charles. The stories have changed, and I think that is definitely a motive. Melanie Gibb, her testimony was incorrect about the life insurance timing. Lori didn't know until after Charles had been killed. So
that has, provided inconsistencies because from what we know, Lori didn't find out until after. She made a claim and she found out the hard way, and she definitely let Kay know that she was upset about that. Now back to the detective.
Okay, I think it's the same one, but I sent it again just in case.
This phone call that Chad made to the mortuary. First off, just what was that like?
I had heard the call before. It was almost funny. It was very odd. I think that I didn't know Chad was involved at that point until we'd heard that call and how involved he was. So that was news to us when we originally heard it, probably late 2019.
And does it anger you at all that that's what he was manipulating the situation and lying?
Oh, yes, because the people to decide that should have been his sons, not Chad and Lori. Certainly not Lori, and definitely not Chad.
Cheryl, it's been over 3 years. It seems like this trial was never going to happen to so many people. What are your thoughts as you've sat here this week with your family?
We're glad it's finally here. I'm impressed with the prosecution. Um, they seem they've got it together. Maybe it's a very difficult, complicated case. So I can see the time spent on this and lawyers changing and venues changing. And it's just, we're glad we're here and able to see
Hey,
what's
Dippy.
going on and how it.
They're not coming back till
What's it like to see
1:30.
Lori?
It's interesting. It's not
That's 2 hours.
pleasant. I haven't seen her in years. I have probably spent more time with her in that courtroom than I ever have in my life. So, but I don't like her demeanor. I don't like the smiling, the laughing, the chit chatting.
She's still doing
This
that?
is
Oh
very
my God.
serious, and she's not taking it seriously. Doesn't appear to me.
Would you say her demeanor has been very inconsistent, unpredictable throughout this week?
I think it's consistent other than the day with the pictures. I think, but I don't, with her, I think it was an
Hey
act.
girl.
The,
Oh,
the thinking in her brain that she doesn't have to look at those pictures, but everyone else sitting in that courtroom has to. And she's caught. So I was glad the judge ruled that she needed to stay in the courtroom.
And how do you absorb listening to this patriarchal blessing done by Chad Daybell for Alex Cox, the person who killed the father of your sons? And then Alex, we know, dies just weeks later. And it was very eerie to hear his voice and the crying on this audio.
It was. And when Chad said, you've helped us in so many ways, that just stood out to me. It seems almost like they were giving him his last rites because he was dead within 2 weeks of that blessing. Um, but it's the fact that he would have done all that destruction. I mean, I had to stop myself and go, wait a minute, there's 4 or 5 people dead and 2 children dead at the time they were doing that blessing.
So he was dead 2 weeks later. Of course, there's been no suspicious circumstances, they say, but do you think there's something more?
Absolutely. Same with Joe Ryan. I think that's why all these bodies are getting cremated. And Lori's in charge of each one of them. And she takes advantage of it.
Are you concerned that they won't be able to prove a conspiracy with Lori because it doesn't seem like she gets her hands dirty even with this blessing and the phone call? Chad is doing, the deed.
I think it was Chad and Alex, but the behavior of Lori when her kids were gone since September, she didn't tell anyone. She covered it up saying they're happy. I know exactly where they are. That tells me a lot.
They probably are happy to be away from her. Can you hear me? Oh. Hello.
oh my God, you guys. I've been talking and I was muted. How the hell that happened? I didn't. You know what? I've been talking since before Gibby came up. Oh my God. This is awful. Man. Gibby, I've been on mute.
You've been on mute. I was like, what is going on with my phone?
No, it's me. Oh my God. I've been sitting here talking the whole time. Holy shit.
I didn't realize you were on mute because I thought it was me. So I'm sorry.
Oh my
My bad.
God. Dang it. Did they say 1:30 they have to come back from
Yeah.
lunch?
Yep.
That's 2
2
hours.
hours. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, damn, they got 40. They're going to put another person on stand and we got 45 minutes till lunch. And no sooner did I say that, judge was like, well, if there's nobody else to call right now, that gives us a 45-minute extra time. So
Wow.
now we'll be back at 1:30 because nobody else was going to be there till about 1:30.
That's crazy. Okay, let's see if anything good has happened. Is there anything you want to cover or talk about?
No, I've been waiting on to hear something about the remains that they found in Indiana. They did find a body in Hawkins County last night,
They did?
but it was a male body.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was 18 miles from Ben Hill Road.
Okay, thank you guys. I have a problem with me muting myself.
I'm not seeing everybody's chat for some reason because
Really?
hardly anybody chatting right now.
This is the earliest they've ever taken a break.
Yeah.
A 2-hour break at that. Oh my God. I'd hate to be on the jury. How boring. Because you can't talk about the case.
Yeah, but I'd rather have a 2-hour break than have to sit there and listen to that. And sit there on the witness stand and talk. I mean, most of them jurors are probably like, what in the fuck are y'all talking about? Can you dumb it down for me?
Oh my God, you guys. I want to play this video. Hold on. This is disgusting. Because I'm getting sick of Letecia. Check this out. Wow. Oh, here, let me remove this.
My computer.
You see this, Jippy? Oh my God.
My computer and my phone are not synced. They're totally out of sync.
Want to warn our viewers the next story contains
Listen,
graphic details that may be disturbing.
Oh my God.
The family of LaShawn Thompson is suing a jail in Fulton County, Georgia, after Thompson was found dead in this filthy jail cell with more than 1,000 bedbug bites
Look at that
all over
shit.
his body. His family says that medical staff at the prison ignored his declining health and ultimately refused to administer CPR when his body was found. Joining us now to discuss is attorney Ben Crump, who is representing the family. Ben, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
Ben, I have to tell you, these photos are some of the worst that I've ever seen. And there are ones that we can't show on air of the condition of his body and just how infested with insects that he became. Can you help describe for us what condition was he found in?
Well, when you look at the cell, Natasha, it is clear that this was a human rights violation. I mean, the prison cell, as deplorable as it was, the pictures of his body taken by the Fulton County medical examiner was far worse. I mean, he had bed bugs and lice all over his body. He had bed bugs in his mouth and his nose,
Come on now.
ears,
Yeah.
and you could just imagine the miserable,
Look at that shit.
god-awful death that he suffered. Other
Oh, of
inmates
course.
said
Okay.
that he
It's in
was
Georgia.
crying out for
Of
help at
course.
times, but yet none of the law enforcement officials helped him there at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta, Georgia. And it's sad that this is what they call the psychiatric ward of the Fulton County Jail. He had mental health issues. He wasn't a criminal or hardened criminal or anything. He was like so many other American citizens suffering from mental issues.
You know, and his family says that he was essentially eaten alive by bed bugs and that the prison refused to give CPR when he was found. Can you tell us, what has this been like for the family and what does justice look like for this family?
Yeah, it's been god awful. They looked at them before he went into jail because, like I said, he had mental issues diagnosed mental issues, and they tried to look out them while he was in jail for those 3 months, but they couldn't get any communications with the jail officials. You look at that cell and you scratch your head and you say, this is America. I mean, Brittany Griner over in the Russian prison, I don't think had as deplorable prison cell as we're seeing here in Atlanta, Georgia. So what they want is to get some measure of justice and accountability, not only for LaShawn Thompson, but also for other people in Atlanta, Georgia, who might have mental illnesses and get arrested and put into these conditions. So that's why we're fighting to say that we won't let them pass the baton. We want justice for LaShawn.
Yeah, how liable is Fulton County for what happened to LaShawn? And have they said that they have done anything so far to prevent this from happening again?
Well, the sheriff came out and he said that 3 of the head officials at the jail were released. However, we understand that, this infestation of bugs and roaches was a problem that had long been complained about. So the Board of County Commissioners and the sheriff are pointing the fingers at each other when the reality is LaShawn Thompson's blood is on all their hands. And they said they want to do right by the family. We will see. The medical examiner said he cannot determine a cause of death, which has us bewildered. But Colin Kaepernick and his foundation has agreed to pay for a independent autopsy on behalf of LaShawn Thompson's family.
Yeah, and I do want to ask you about that. Sorry to interrupt. So yes, Colin Kaepernick is saying he will help pay for that independent autopsy. How important is that autopsy? How soon could we see those findings?
It's critical, and we hope in a couple of weeks that the medical examiner or the pathologist who is looking at all the slides taken from the first autopsy to try to determine a cause of death can come forward. Other than that, we may have to exhume his body. But Natasha, we believe that people have opined that it's very likely that these bed bugs got into his mouth and his throat while he was
why are they
sleeping,
showing football?
and he asphyxiated and drowned on his vomit. That is one of the things they believe is most realistic, because he
I
was
see
a
why. Never
healthy,
mind.
young 34-year-old man.
Thank you for watching. Go to
Disgusting.
newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Them bed bugs got to be in the mats, because nothing else in there the bed bugs could even live on, because there's concrete and steel. The only thing that they can live on is in the mats that they sleep on.
This is unbelievable. I mean, look at that cell. Oh my God.
Disgusting.
And yep, you're right. All of them should be fired. Where did he say that? Oh, right here.
Hey, Jackson. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Just make it sure.
You keep you're cutting in and out though.
I don't know how. I'm using my Wi-Fi.
Really? Don't that suck? Bed bugs got to be in the mats. Yeah.
But they've got to have somewhere they can thrive. If most jails are made out of concrete and steel. The only fabric they have is either the mats they sleep on or the clothes that they wear.
Wow. That's horrible. It seems to be in Georgia, they are really, really horrible to inmates.
I think that's why Leilani Simon's trying to get out of jail.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about her. What's going on with her? Do you know?
She's got some hearings coming up, but no trial date set yet. Her lawyer's trying to get her case dismissed. He's trying to get her released on bond. But the judge said no, because she's a flight risk. And he's like, well, how was she a flight risk the whole time that they were still searching? She remained here in town where we could get to her. And as soon as her mother knew that she was to be arrested, she brought her straight to the FBI and didn't even, she didn't run. She went walking in willingly.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking up to see what's new here. Family friend details hours before. I'm trying to find something interesting here about her. Same old stuff.
Well, Faith, not many jailers actually go into the cells unless they have to. They don't usually have anything to do with any of the stuff there because they make the inmates themselves get their own stuff. Like when you first go in and you get dressed out, they tell you to grab your clothes, grab a towel, grab a bath rag, get your mat.
Holy shit. Check it out. They're talking about a YouTuber and talking to Leilani. Let's check this out, people. Hold on. Okay. Says here, Quentin Simon disappearance, family friend details hours before Leilani Simon was arrested. Anyone that got the whole story, is there a blogger or YouTuber looking into it? What? If Granny had custody. What?
Grandma's custody of the boys did not.
Why won't it go to the
Of October, the day after Whitney went missing.
It won't let me go to the article.
Leilani was in a facility up until the day she got arrested. When she got out, her mom took her to go get her stuff and then took her to lunch and then went and sat at the FBI office for like 3 or 4 hours talking to her before she actually got turned in. That came from Grandma's mouth.
Wow.
Because I was on the sheriff channel when BJ said that.
Do you know when her next court date is by any chance?
May, I would say between the 18th to the 21st.
Okay. Are you having problems with Twitter will not let me go to any of these other sites?
I don't know. I'm on my phone, so I can't.
Look at it. Anywhere I try to go on Twitter. Look at. That's all I get. Because I was gonna go look up some stuff. Look at this. Wow. Oh, look at that precious baby boy.
That face on that baby.
I know.
It's such a
Do you have safe search on? I'm not sure. This just started, like when I went to go look, so I don't know what the hell. Hold on, I'm gonna go look for something with her, okay? I'm here. I'm just gonna research real quick. Okay, people? Grandma had custody. Okay, mother killed her son. Okay, hold on, please. I'm gonna go look. Just so you guys know, I'm not silent on purpose. I'm looking for something. I'm muting myself, so you can't hear me typing. Her next hearing is in July. Oh, yeah. Let me show you. July 21st, 2023.
Was there one in March?
Huh?
Was there one in March?
That's the next one. March 23rd was the last one.
March 20th.
Hold on. Yeah.
Okay, that might be where I got it mixed up. I think she had one in February too.
Okay. Because I'll show you. Because everything has been filing. Okay. Motions hearing 7/21/2023. Yep. Unreal. Here, let's look at that baby's face again. So is there more, Dippy, that I don't know because I've been too focused on Letecia? You can keep, okay, I'm sorry. I'll get to the comments. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I wasn't being quiet on purpose. I was researching. I was here. Dippy was up here though. Clear cookies. I did this morning. Okay. I cannot imagine those services. Okay. You go to your history. Can't afford it.
Didn't your dad have Medicare or something, GT? Because Medicare should pay for that. You're still going to get a bill, but Medicare should pay for that, or Medicaid, whatever.
I missed it.
Whatever
What,
insurance.
what, is he okay? What happened to him?
He's been having just bad health.
Oh no, that's sad. I'm sorry. 400 per week.
Yeah, but if he has any kind of insurance, they should pay for the majority of that.
Yeah, don't no. You know what? You find out different. Don't give him no money.
Do not pay them. You need to find out if he has any kind of insurance first before you put any money on that.
Yep.
Because the one thing I can tell you for sure, GT, because South Carolina and North Carolina ain't very much difference to it, they will not refuse service. They can't refuse the service.
Nope.
Especially if it's a state ran facility.
Unreal. That's sad. Okay, I'm gonna look up something else here real quick, and I won't mute myself. I just didn't want you people thinking I'm being rude, because I type loud. Okay.
Check his paperwork and see if he has any type of insurance, sweetheart. No, I'm pretty sure his dad has insurance.
If you're gonna laugh here in a minute, I hope. Hold on. Hold on. I'm doing some research here. Just a minute, people. You're gonna laugh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, GT. You need to make sure he has insurance before you pay any dime on that. Because he should have something, either Medicare with his age, or he should have Medicaid, or some type of Humana, Aetna, something like that. You need to look into it before you start paying. Does he get a monthly check from anywhere? Like Social Security or disability or anything like that?
How sad, huh? Oh my God. Advanced loan.
GT.
Am I muted?
No, I can hear you.
Okay.
GT, does he get like a Social Security or disability check each month? I swear, when I'm talking to the chat, when I'm on panel, I feel like I'm talking to a spirit box.
I know. Don't you feel like you're yelling all the time? I do.
Yeah. Okay, if he gets a check each month, then he has insurance. Because you have to have insurance to receive that.
Yeah.
So you need to dig into his paperwork, babe, and look into it. He has some type of insurance. Or call the human resources or the billing department of whatever rehab he's in. They'll tell you what his insurance is. He's in South Carolina.
How does insurance work there? Are they any good?
It depends on what he's on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's his 401k. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about one from the state, which would be his retirement fund. Or no, actually, yeah, his retirement fund too. But I think that would be paid out by where he worked too. But he should be getting some type of social security because of his age.
Okay.
You're welcome, Caitlin. But really, call the rehab he's at. They'll tell you what insurance he has. If he in fact has insurance. But I'm pretty sure in order to receive that payment, he has to have some type of insurance to go with it. Because South Carolina isn't very different from North Carolina. They're all about that money. So if they can get money any which way they want to, any which way they can, they're going to. Yeah, that's what I was saying. But like I said, you need to look through his paperwork and find out, or you can call the billing place at the rehab center and they will tell you what insurance he has. But are you his beneficiary or not power of attorney because he's still coherent, but do you have any rights to his medical, like if he can't sign, can you sign for him? Because if you don't have any type of thing like that, they may not tell you.
Really?
Yeah, they don't just give information out like that. You have to be on some kind of paperwork.
Okay.
Just future reference for anybody that ever tries to look for a case in South Carolina or now North Carolina. They do not give you any type of information at all. You will have to figure out another way to do it. Yeah, you have to be some type of, not necessarily, you have to be on his paperwork saying that you're allowed to make decisions if need be and stuff like that.
Shoot.
Talk to the who? What's the ombudsman? I have no idea what you're saying. He has to talk to the billing department. That's it where he would find out. The HR wouldn't know, the nurses won't know, nothing like that. He has to call the billing department. Oh, great. And she's in the hospital, so it's not like you can get her to do it. Well, I mean, you are his son, so you may be able to do it. I would just call just in case. Just call. You may be able to talk him into it. Be like, well, look, if you guys want your money, I need to know if he has insurance or not. That's what I'm saying. You need to get over there and talk to your dad and have him put you on, get a paper notarized or something saying that you're allowed to make decisions for him, because his girlfriend being over him and being sick and in the hospital, whatever, isn't helping him very much right now. And then he's just going to get mad at you when he gets out because you were able to do anything because he's going to do it.
Huh.
You know how your daddy gets. Yeah, but I don't think his father will do that, Faith. His father's very set in his own ways. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
He's one of those old, real deep-wood countrymen. It's hard to change his mind on things. This coffee is so good, Kit. I got a cup of coffee right here, and I got a bottle of soda right next to it. I'm good on caffeine for a little bit. Because the cup I have will keep it hot for like 8 hours. Yeah, his dad is really, he's got to call the facility and talk to the building department.
Unbelievable. I can't find it. I'm trying. I think I'm just going to give up for now.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking up something with the Hobbit, okay?
Sorry.
No, I'm trying to be funny with the Hobbit.
Dolly, you mean?
Okay, yeah, you know what he tried to do, right? Do you know? He tried to get it where his court stuff is private.
Oh, down in Georgia.
Yeah, and what's funny, I cannot find it.
He did say he goes to court around the same time Leilani does.
Oh, I found it. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. We are researching. This is a crime, people. Hold on. Okay, waiting for it to load. It's loading, it's loading, it's loading. All right. Making a false report. Let's see. Is this him?
I'm waiting for it to transfer over to my damn laptop. All right. James,
Is it Jimmy Lee?
yeah, I'll see when it pops up.
Yep. Document hidden. Document.
Oh, damn, they did?
Yep. They did.
But that's only until he goes to court. Once he goes to court, it's public information.
Yeah, but we can't find out anything more. We cannot find out when his next hearing is.
Well, he told his chat it was around the same time as Leilani's.
Oh, you know what? He's probably just saying that shit. And you know what? He goes and causes all this havoc and shit.
Yeah, I know. He said that because he said he was going to try to go to Leilani's because he had to be down there anyway around the same time for his court date.
Well, he said that last time too. And he knew he didn't have a court hearing. I did a video on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just telling you what he said.
No, I called him out for lying to his people. So yeah, that is something. Hey, he committed the crime. And I'm looking it up. Okay. So let's look at these funny pictures then. There we go. Let's look at these. Oh no, I'm getting arrested. He shouldn't have put his hands on a woman.
Like, I didn't do it. I pulled the bullhorn out of her hand. No, you didn't. We all saw it.
Yep.
It was right there documented.
There's a Scooby-Doo.
Just like I was watching it on Justin's. I was watching it on, I think it was Molly had hers on. And BHB, they all had theirs on.
Yep.
Justin turned his off, and then everybody else turned theirs off, and they all made that one private. Or delete it, one or the other.
Yeah. That's okay because everybody got it anyways.
Yep.
A lot of people did, thank God, huh?
I still can't get over some of them costumes that lady. Some of them things are just too funny. I'm sorry, they might not have been some people, but they were funny.
Yeah.
Especially that the one with the breathalyzer. I love that costume. I would love to get it and wear it around a bunch of people I know. Be like, take a hint, take a hint, take a hint. Quick,
Yeah.
this is what you're gonna have to use. My grandpa had to have one. He had to have one. He lost his license for like 15 years, and he went and got it. He had to have that thing in his truck for like 5 years. But there's a way around that thing. You know, toothpaste will set it off. Alcohol will set it off. Any type of alcohol will set it off. Toothpaste will set it off. Any kind of mint will set it off. And if you have been drinking, all you have to do is get somebody that hasn't been drinking to blow in it. It will work. You just got to do the right, you just got to do the other things with it because it's more than just blowing in it and going.
Okay, thank you, G, for being here.
Who's leaving?
G's leaving.
Oh, bye, GT. Love your
Yeah.
face, dude. Message me later.
Let's see what kind of trouble I can get into today while he works.
Just be careful. If you have to, put some padding around your body. Last time she said that she hit her head.
Who did?
Sure.
Oh.
She said she was gonna get into some trouble while her husband went back to work. He went back to work. He went back to work and she went to go move some stuff around in the living room. That didn't work out for her favor.
Yeah.
And she's like, I'm talking to you to make sure I'm okay. I was like, well, I'm glad you let somebody know. That's why when she first came in, I said, yeah, that's my twin klutz.
Okay. Do you know that when you're back here, you can share your screen too? So, like, if you wanted to share something, go for it.
Oh, I have to be on my computer to do it.
Oh, okay.
Let me get on my Twitter and I can open it up on my computer.
Yeah, do that. Because I know you're covering some good stuff. So, if you want to, let's put that on the screen and share it.
All right.
If you want to. If you want to, my dear. I can't believe this trial is going to be almost over. I wonder if she ever got her MRI done. Yep, I know you're here. You're just getting on your laptop. $111. There you be. Hello.
Oh my gosh. I forgot to turn off my camera.
Oh boy, you sound way better. Nice.
You don't hear that beeping noise?
I hear that, but you don't sound like you're underwater.
Oh, that's because I had every time I attach my earbuds to my phone and I turn it off, it sounds like that. And I don't know why.
Yeah, it's super hard to hear.
Oh, they did start letting us do that.
What's that?
Share our screen.
Yep. I found that out probably 2 months ago, and I'm like, that's cool.
I'm gonna try it, but I know how. I'm just gonna put something up just to try it because I
Yeah.
know how they
Go
mess
ahead.
with me, and my Wi-Fi will go out.
Oh,
Let's see.
hi, Kay.
Is it Sharon?
Yeah. Is it true, Lana or Lena and Landon to testify? They're on the witness list, so I don't know.
I don't think. Are they? Lana is?
Yeah. Yep.
You said Lana's in it?
Yep.
I figured she might be too young, and if she is, we probably won't be able to see that.
Nope.
They probably won't let us watch that part.
I
We
bet you
might be
that
able to
little,
hear it, but not see it.
I bet you that little girl's been through a lot of therapy.
I wonder who she's staying with right now.
Well, I mean, I don't go searching or checking. I mean, I kind of have, and I see she's been with her mom a lot because I'm doing TikTok videos.
Mm.
So I have really no clue who she's living with. It's probably 50-50. I don't know.
He looks like a wet paper bag. Y'all just saying. Summer looks a bit sedated or tired. What are you talking about? You have like two different cases in one sentence.
Who's a Summer?
Yeah, Krisha K. Easton said, come on. And Lori looks like a wet paper. Summer looked like she was sedated or sleeping.
Really?
I guess she's talking about the video of Summer in the truck.
Okay.
Which she was sleeping, or maybe a different picture. I don't know what picture she's talking about.
Dippy, be careful though.
I don't see the picture.
Don't let people see your messages, okay?
No, it's not on my messages.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
It's on my thread.
Okay. Yeah, I'm screen sharing. Yeah, because you're covering a lot of different cases. So I think it'd be great if,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I got out of my Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go to my channel real quick.
Okay. The screenshot was photoshopped, you think?
Which
That's
one?
what somebody said. I don't know.
The one with her and who said it?
I'm just reading that comment.
I'm not in the comments.
Yeah.
I don't know which one they were talking about though. Anyway, so. Telling y'all, I am like obsessed with this paranormal show.
Which one?
Every night, it's Paranormal Nightmares.
Oh, they're my favorite, the Foreman brothers.
Yes, I am like obsessed with them.
And they are.
And Paranormal Quest. I like that too.
Yep, those two are my favorite. They're the real deal. Yep. To me, they are.
That's what if I'm still in here.
You're still here.
Here with you. Shit. Last night, Paranormal Quest had a premiere of one of their lives, and I was in theirs on my phone while you were live on your channel while I was modding with you.
Oh,
I just did it so they can get that view. I wasn't even paying attention to them.
yeah, I think they're cool. They never talk about their what brought them to doing what they do. They don't talk about it. Oops. There we go.
Yeah, they did say actually not last night, the night before, or no, it was one of the ones I watched last night. They did say what happened is when they were all younger, their mom used to like go in not thrift store, but yard selling. And they came when they were younger, they came across a board game and they brought it home. And when they brought it home, they realized it was the Ouija board and they didn't know nothing about it. And they started playing with it.
Oh,
And so they opened themselves to the spirits. And so, when they got older and they realized that's what was going on, they decided to Josh went and did something with the priest or something to where he got to where he can bless the houses. Because if you notice, he's the only one that blessed the houses.
yep.
And I love me some Josh. I hope he doesn't leave the show. He was talking about leaving.
Really?
Yep.
Well, he's been getting pretty beat up lately.
Yeah, he has.
Yep.
And I don't mean to laugh because I know it's not funny, but if you think about it, they have been doing this well over 10 years now.
Yep.
And no matter how many times they have done it, they still get scared and jump out of their shoes. And I think that is like the funniest thing in the world. I'm like, golly, you already know this is going to happen. Like,
I know. Isn't it funny? Sean, when he jumps.
Yeah.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
I love
Holy
his voice. I'm just like, God, what is wrong with your voice, dude?
Too funny.
I love him. I do. I really love him. But like I said, I've gotten in the habit where like any break I have, I try to watch it. I watch after the trial's over with. That's what I watch mainly. And I'm like, and then I was talking to Shug the other day and I was like, damn it, I think I watch way too much of it because now I'm starting to see shit.
That's funny.
Because one of my porcelain dolls, I have two sitting on my chair. I've had them there for years. It's one looks like me. One looks like me when I was younger, and one looks like my little sister that passed away. So I always keep them out because it reminds me of me and her.
Yeah.
And the dark hair one, or was it the blonde hair one? The blonde hair one, the one that looks like her. Yes, the other day was like pushed up on my laundry basket as if it was trying to crawl in and looking at my clothes.
What?
And it freaked me out. And I was like, damn, I told Sugar all about it. She's like, it's all in your head. It's all in your head.
Those are those non-believers?
No, she had to be laughing at me.
Yeah. So I haven't really been online much for the last week. You know that, right? What's going on with some of our favorite people? Anything good?
Which one?
The Scooby-Doo game. Any of them. Hey, everybody likes a little drama.
Which
If they say
which
they don't-
ones? I can so I don't know if you guys know, I know you guys all know who Benny Keys is, but I don't know if you guys know a lot of his people in there or who he's been on the outs with or been on the ins
No,
with.
I don't know
But I
none of
found some
that.
interesting information out. Well, see, I was his mod for like almost a year, so I know a lot of them.
Oh,
And
okay.
I just found out some drama yesterday. Do you guys know who General Awareness is? They
I've
call
heard
him
the
Rap.
name. Yeah.
Rap. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's on the outs with Rap right now because supposedly he SA'd one of his girlfriends.
No.
Or he R-aped her, something like that. I don't know. I'm not
Really?
in the drama. I don't really know what's going on. I'm just listening to things. And this seems to be the truth because I've heard at least 10 other people say it, plus a whole bunch of subs talking about it. So
What? I mean,
I don't.
does somebody have a court document? Is there any kind of charges?
There is a charge against him. Yes, there is a
Oh,
charge.
okay, then it's real. Okay.
And supposedly he's down in Florida now, running from the law.
Yeah, he's not live no more.
He was not too long ago. He was like the other night because Benny was trying to get him to bring him up, and he wouldn't bring him up.
Because he's the one that wears a mask, right?
Like the marshmallow head thing.
Yeah, something like that. And he
Yeah.
was the one that videotaped a lot of the protesters from the Simon case. That's how I remember him.
Rap?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't down there.
No.
He
was videotaping them for evidence.
Oh, see, I didn't know. I don't really follow him. So
I
I
don't
didn't
mean
know any of that.
evidence. I'm just
No,
saying.
I'm just saying I didn't know.
He was just helping document for the internet. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah.
He gets involved in a lot of crap he doesn't need to be part of.
Really? What's going on with Benny?
I don't know. He just came back on after like a couple months hiatus.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with any of them. TM, Share, none of them. I haven't talked to any of them in so long.
Oh, I don't watch Share.
I was talking to Sharon. I was a mod for her during everything going on with Leilani, but after that, she unmodded me, which I'm not mad about. And just like I wasn't mad that I got unmodded by Benny. Like the wrench is not the reason why I'm here.
Yeah.
Like, thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, it means a lot that you guys do trust me like that, but that's not what I'm here for. Like,
yeah,
I'm here because I enjoy the chat. But then I learned a lot of lessons and things not to do by being around a lot of them people. So, if nothing else, I know what not to do now.
What not to do? Okay.
Yeah. And then, like, because I try to keep all the drama away from my channel. I don't like that. Like, even if I talk about another creator, I'm not bashing them. I'm telling you what I heard or what I know. You know, I'm not literally bashing them to be mean to them. Sometimes I just make a joke out of it, but I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings at all. So I don't try to make it seem like I'm being an ass to them.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But it ain't no different than what they would do per se, anybody else. But they would just be a little bit more ruder about it than I am.
True.
Like there's a lot of creators out there that I would not suggest to be around. But, you know, who am I to tell you or anybody else what to do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just know them a little bit better than some.
Yeah, I try to stay far away from it. But okay.
I think
there's so many people into true crime that come from the drama, okay? And they're just an
what I was about to say.
They're an embarrassment to the true crime people, okay?
I think it's funny how there's more drama over here.
Well,
I agree. I agree.
That's why I do my skits. Instead of being pissed off, why not laugh about it?
I watch quite a bit of the clip channels too. I
love the clip
sometimes
channels.
They get me laughing too much. Now they're going after Nita's World.
Who's that?
She's another creator, and
Really?
they're saying that she's another grifter on their list because they say she's always begging her chat for money and to pay her bills and to do this and do that, and I'm like, so I was watching what Tragedy Pimps Exposed is the one that started covering her first, and the first time I seen it was yesterday, and I was just like, wow. I'm just glad I don't get put in that category. I'm glad you don't get put in that category.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
They're getting bad with the grifters. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Okay. Queen Bee has a post up. Well, not a post. Molly, Golightly, and Laura got a TOS violation. That's that title. I don't know.
That's why her channel got took down, because she kept getting too many TOS violations.
Okay.
You can't be racist and hateful and all the stuff that she was doing and expect your channel to last. You were already here for what, maybe 6 years now? 6-7 years?
You know what? I don't know how she didn't get taken down sooner.
I don't know how she didn't get taken down sooner either. But she said it was because people were mass flagging her. Well, I mean, I wonder why. Like you said, I'm surprised that it wasn't sooner. Like, I really thought it would have been during Summer's case.
Yeah, it was so disgusting, everything she did.
All of them. All of them.
Yeah. But they're advocates for the children. They're advocates for the babies.
That's what I was going to say earlier when you said something about the drama. I was going to say there's more drama people in the true crime community than there is in the drama community anymore. And it's overflowing into our community for what reason? Why all of a sudden do you want to bring your drama over here? Don't you think we have enough with the real true crime creators?
I know, right?
I mean, you got the true crime creators that go live and do it, and then you got the true crime creators that just do the videos, and they don't have no drama. Even if they do, like I was over watching Dolly's chat the other day, and he has the Turtle Island going again. Okay. He has Christina Randall on the list. There's what's that Eleanor chick one, and then there's a couple of really big ones that just do the videos. And I'm like, how are you going to put them on the list when they don't have anything to do with our community? They're just here doing their thing. And not for nothing, why are you putting the ones that have like over 300K subs on your list?
Wow.
I'm just so glad I don't get thrown in them. I'm so glad. But this time with Turtle Island, I think what they're trying to do is put your favorite creator on the island, not the one you don't like.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna play Hills in the Air video. Here is the link to the video and her channel. I like Hills.
I like Tragedy Pimp and Couch Clips. Jones is pretty good too.
Oh yeah, Jones is funny and Burnt Toast.
I love Burnt Toast. Yeah, she's with the glare. I love her. Are you coming to get me? Send the big bad wolf to fetch me. I saw this one the other day. Staging a protest.
This one's about Laura.
Yeah, I saw this one the other day.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Resulted to referee. Campaign for liberty.
I did go into make a monster channel and tell them, no, I am not trying to bash anybody. If you believe that, then I'm sorry. So yes, I did go in there. That was not.
So no, it wasn't proven it was Oni. Just stop. It was never proven that it was Oni. I know what she told people because I was very close with her, but it was never proven it was Oni. It was never totally proven. She could not get the phone call. This I know for a fact. So just stop. Stop coming in here thinking you know everything because you don't. Now, Wendy V also said, Molly hasn't changed in 3 years. So-and-so Alicia hasn't changed in 3 years. Laura hasn't changed in 3 years. By a matter of fact, Wendy, I have changed a lot in 3 years. So Jennifer Jones reported purple tonight for using her name. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Oh, I fucking hate these people. You want me? I'm gonna use it again. Jennifer Jones, Jennifer Jones, Jennifer Jones. Suck my fucking left tit. Goodbye. Report me all you want. Fuck you.
It was actually fun. I don't think it was that much drama. But we're not here cutting people down like they are to us.
Let's just be rise above that and let's just have fun. Yeah, I've got to stop going over there. They're saying Red Lotus is.
So now you're gonna stop other people from seeing it. But you know what? That's okay because you want to be a fucking baby.
What's going on here?
So take that, Jennifer Jones. Fucking asshole.
I love you. I think we all want to say we love you.
And I'm just tired. Single fucking day. Not every day. Every time they went live, it was Laura, Laura, Laura. Every time they went live, Laura this, Laura that, Laura this, Laura that. And it was relentless. So I finally had enough and clapped back, and they fucking lost their shit, like usual. And I have told multiple people, if you are going to come at me, don't cry when I go low. But of course, they push and push and push and push and push until I finally snap back, and then it's my fault. That's exactly what they do. Then it's
the wife, the name of Leanna. I heard her fighting with her husband. Said she is worried that her friend is going to commit suicide as well. There's a child at the location. 13 is a gun, a gun. Yeah, they said the wife owns a gun. I don't know if she has it out or not. Go 211. Dabble. 13 on the down for the control.
I think.
Dabble.
Hours down. But Laura, what if someone?
635.
I think I should have a talk. Tell her to come in here. But I don't want people to attack her. I'm not going to attack her.
why do you fucking care?
Oh my God.
She just reported me for saying her name. And you give a fuck if somebody attacks her? All the way back in, and she's tired of the drama and blah, blah, blah. Guess what? She's not tired of the drama. She's right up in the fucking drama. And she's just not cool enough to sit with us. That's it.
Girl, and Darby and Rishka and Black. Love you guys. We're gonna I just don't even want to talk about the crap anymore.
I know, God's gonna get some rest.
If you believe that, then I'm sorry. So yes, I did go in there. That was not a fake me.
512 for personal.
Is Nola still here or should we leave?
10 for 133. No further here. 10 for any unit 2 and not 36 on 31.
You said hold on too.
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, something.
Okay.
He's growing. It has nothing to do with me, but I'll get the blame tomorrow. The cops are at Makeup Mobster's house. Oh, please.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh, give me a fucking break. Tell him to show it.
Oh, stop.
They're banging on her door.
Yeah, okay.
Stop.
So who knows her address?
I just got texted that.
No.
They will do anything for fucking attention. Anything. I haven't even picked up my goddamn phone, nor do I know a fucking address, nor do I care.
Well, obviously it was me that called the police because I was here the whole time. Right?
Fucking ridiculous.
I know. I've had the pen, I had tamales, I had some ibuprofen, 2 Snapples.
I'm watching you.
As a matter of fact, you know what? I'll show you my fucking phone calls.
You don't have to prove anything.
No. There's a reason I'm showing it. There's a reason I'm showing it. It's these fucking prank calls over and over and over and over. These fucking prank calls. Over and over and over and over.
What state is it from?
That's all.
So many people that think pink is such a great gown. Yeah, well, I told you guys.
Now I called the cops on them. Makeup Mobster, are you fucking kidding me? 1, I don't know your fucking address. 2, I wouldn't waste my goddamn fucking time. Are you feeling guilty because of all these fucking calls? Here's my whole fucking call list. Do you see police? No, I don't. But you guys are so fucking stupid that one thing doesn't work, so you escalate to another. Get the fuck out of here. I'm 48 years old. I have no desire to call the fucking police on you. Get the fuck out of here.
Usually, this person who's doing that is someone. Figure skating coach says Laura is dangerous.
Yeah, I'm so dangerous. Watch out.
Usually the person doing that is someone close to you to cause
I don't even know her address. I've been on this fucking live the entire time. I have not even once picked up my phone.
A false report is illegal. Figure
No
skating
shit.
coach.
Exactly. Ask them who called, please. Because I can fucking prove I didn't.
Hold on, I'm gonna put that in now.
Tell them I want to see the police.
Let me tell you something.
Tell them show the police.
I think Makeup Monster just got swatted though. Seriously.
Swatted?
Yeah, like with the police.
What?
For what?
She just got 3 texts.
The following was posted March 25th, 2019, 4 days before MM was swatted. My gut is telling me something really crazy and big is going to happen with this chick. If she doesn't stop, I'm telling you, I could feel it. I've been feeling it.
Jay, you're the fucking devil. You are the fucking devil. You are the one that set up the call to Leona's house. How about that? It was you. It was Jay. Phony in there. And only took it. Says, that's what she wants. She put me up to it. Wow. Let's go, Jay. You want to go fucking head to head with me? You will not win. You will not win because you're a fucking liar. No one's going to have your information. No one's going to get your address from me. But you're way too easy to find. And these people have found out your information. I'm just letting you know that you might think that it's all fun and games now. But when they decide that they're done with you, you're not going to like what happens. And it ain't coming from me. It ain't coming from my people. I'm just saying that this is real. This is real shit. Seriously. When they're done with you, they're not going to make your exit look good. I'm just...
You are behind.
Wow.
And you keep denying it. And I finally get you to.
If you believe that I called the cops on anybody, you're not the person that I thought you were.
I'm just, well, I heard your freaking voice. Oh, come on, Tony. Please, let's fucking end this. Because people think that you're holding secrets against me. And if you are, please just out them now. Please just out them. Right?
I'm not holding any secrets against you.
But that's what they think. They think I'm protecting you. Do you get what I'm saying?
I'm really sorry for aggressively attacking, and I feel like I'm cornered, and I'm pushed into a corner, and I apologize. That's not who I am. I have always considered myself to be a healer and a mender, not somebody that hurts other people or tries to be somebody that will harm others. I've always tried to be an advocate for victims and for people in my life that I am a human being, and yes, I'm an emotional person. I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, agoraphobia, generalized anxiety disorder, and depression. I called that myself.
And you used Jay's name.
I did not use Jay's name.
We just heard it. We just heard the 911 call.
Jay's name. I never used it.
But what name did you use? Listen, Oni. So at least you're admitting that you did call 911 and have the police sent to your own house.
I didn't call 911. I called an emergency line.
You call what? You called the non-emergency line. Okay, but you did call and say that there was a domestic thing going on. Animals might be getting hurt. You did do that, right?
I did. And they would come, and I would speak with them, and they would take me seriously. And I messed up, and I apologize. And it was a huge lapse of a better judgment. And I'm never doing it again. I love YouTube. I don't think it's a good place for me to be. It's not healthy for me. I am going in the direction of getting myself the help that I need. That would be for my physical, mental, about health and well-being. And that's where I am.
Do you see this picture right here? That is my daughter and her father.
No, I
remember. Wait! Shut your mouth. Do you remember that night that you called the cops and said that I was going to kill myself and my son? You do know that my daughter lost this man right here in the picture with her. So fuck you. That's all I had to say. You're a sorry fucking piece of shit. I hope you fucking choke on your own fucking vomit, you sorry fucking sack of shit. I'm out. Thank y'all very much for letting me be here.
All right. Bye, Andy.
Drop mic.
Yikes.
Okay.
Oni, I got one last question for you.
Okay.
If swatting freaks you out, why did you call the cops on yourself?
Well, I didn't swat myself, and like I said, I did it because I wanted people to take me seriously, and I wanted my law enforcement to take me seriously because I was not being taken seriously.
But you just happened to do it on the same night that CPS came to my house.
I didn't even put two and two together, and yes, it did happen to be on the same night, but yeah.
How did you not put two and two?
Your husband told you, stop going after people on the internet. Why don't you listen to him? Like, seriously, why don't you listen? And then, God forbid, something happens again, then you're going to blame it on me? No, that's not going to happen. You don't know who's watching. I have a hell of a lot of strong support. So don't cry when something happens. You've been told 100 times from your own family, your own husband, stop going after people. Stop talking shit about people. And you don't have to worry about something happening. But you can't stop. You literally can't stop. And you're crazy. Like, you are psychotic. And I just don't get it. I'm sorry, I really don't.
I got one I want to show you. You there, Kit? You're muted.
Yep, you're right. Oh my God. I do it all the time. Sorry. Here I'm talking and oh my God. Okay.
All right, I got
So
one.
that was in 2019?
I don't know.
Huh, Dippy?
I don't know. I've got one I wanted to show you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it is true, Caitlin. She's been saying that for years now.
Okay, my opinion on this, I doubt that. And I feel like she's lying there because little does she know, Aaron has the same supporters, fans for years.
No, she said.
Unreal.
She said that she slept with Nick and Caitlin. I didn't know she was. I thought she was Nick's life coach. I didn't know she was Aaron's though. Caitlin said she was Aaron's, but I know she did say she slept with Nick when they're not being big.
Aaron was trying to get.
She didn't know who he was though at the time. I don't know. Here we go. Let's watch. Dolly.
Is a damn you YouTube.
He's mad at Benny.
Are you guys seeing this? Can you hear me?
I can see it, but I can barely hear it. Is the volume on? Oh, there you go. Dippy, you have to unmute yourself so we can hear it, because when you do that, we don't hear the video. There you go. It shows that on the where I added the screen, it says it's on mute. And it says I cannot unmute it.
I got it right here.
Isn't that weird? Oh. It's still muted.
I'm not muted. I wasn't muted. Can you hear me?
No, I know you weren't muted. Your screen share was muted.
Oh.
Is that weird?
Oh.
And it wouldn't let me unmute
muted.
it. It says only the guest could. There you go.
As a gang of playing.
Is it working now? Can you?
Yep. It's working.
Okay.
Not only he looks like he might have drank a beer. He could have had a mixed hard lemonade. You know what? You dropped the ball. Nobody gives a shit about what you say anymore. You're not connected to them people. You don't have any inside information. So what you're talking about now is this regurgitated. Okay. Your garage. You ain't about that life. You ain't about that shit. Okay.
What's going on with the video? It keeps cutting out.
I got darn well this shit's gonna get him right here. He's going to jail like Ernie Shell.
Ah.
We are literally watching install.
Oh.
You don't hate that he did it. I'm trying to get a reaction out of him. You did. So you could call 1-800. Darn well, you can. He just with me. Drugs. Who was doing drugs? All right, because dude here can't lose 30 days. Okay, either he's on the Tybo diet, he's on the damn vegan diet, he's been hanging out with damn Brian Kohlberger or something. But dude, your face got skinny, your beard got skinny. Okay, I've never seen anybody with a beard that got skinny. Okay, does somebody send this dude a chicken nugget and a large soda and tell him to shut the fuck up?
Why is he so mad at Benny?
Well, that's what's going on.
Why is he so mad at him?
Benny called Hawkins County. Because Benny called Hawkins County on him.
Oh,
talking about he was in their county and he's on probation for 2 different things, and he left state, and they basically told him there was. Called TBI. Basically told him there was nothing that they could do about it. That's for the state that he lives in for his probation officer to deal with. And it all depends on what type of probation you're on. If you tell your probation officer where you're going, they sometimes will allow you to go.
Yeah.
But if you get in trouble, then there may be some precautionary measures to take. I don't know what happened to him when he got arrested down in Georgia with his probation and VA. Obviously not much, because he's still traveling.
Yeah.
And
do you want to put the channel link in the chat where you got the video?
I put the link to the channel that I was on.
Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
That's Joneson?
Yeah, that's one. She's one of my favorites. See, I like when she actually does commentary in it, but she didn't do it this time. She makes me laugh sometimes.
Who? Your happy Grammy today?
Yeah, her grandson got a book today.
Oh.
Her grandson's like 18 months or a year now, something like that. He's so cute.
Hello, my angel. You're still here? Good. Listening?
Blonde hair and blue eyes. So pretty. He's adorable.
Oh.
Life Roach.
Life Roach.
She's so let's see who else. Cherry Picks. They're good too. Cherry Picker, that's it.
Never heard of them.
Oh, it's another clip channel.
Oh, good.
I don't know how I found them. I just came across them one day. Let me see if I can find it. I might have the wrong one. Hold on, where are they? I might. Oh no, that's the Claire. Oh, Kathy the friend was on today. Never stop for Summer Wells. What happens when you burn? Oh no, that was the other day. Where is that? I might have the wrong name. It's Cherry something though. Who was the other one?
Sugar has a message for you. I put it on the screen.
I'll look at it in 1 second. All right, let me get back over there. If you go live tonight, I'll come up and chat. Yeah, right. Whatever. I believe that as much as I believe they're my sister's sitting next to me. Sorry, love. I just know you don't like going up on panels. All right, couch clips. There was one the other day I saw. It was pretty good. I like the ones that have me lessons.
Did you find it? That channel?
Not that channel, but I found couch clips.
And that, oh, okay. I've seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, there was one that I wanted to.
I don't watch these guys all the time, but I do watch Up in the Air all the time.
Here's one.
And
here's one about Justice for All.
Okay. Oh my God, I should play that video, huh? Remember when I did him?
You know, as a off, but who gives a right now? What? Listen.
Oh dear God, here we go. Can anybody hear that? I hear nothing. There's no sound. And it won't let me unmute it. It says only you can.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just letting you know.
I already. Can you hear it now?
No, I can't hear him. It shows it's on mute and it won't let me unmute it because it's on your screen, not mine. Okay, let's do it again. Here you go. Come on, baby.
Hey, I'm singing to him. I'm dancing to him for those 50 memberships. in here. Who wants Absolutely. How many cards am I supposed to pull? We just shuffle them. Shuffle.
You can shuffle them up and then feel each one. I think okay, tarot cards.
Okay. Look at it. Oh, no, it's okay.
I can see and all that. However, it keeps cutting out. You only get like a word at a time.
What we see in the symbol of our own into it means you move.
I don't know if it worked for y'all. Did y'all see it and hear it? Kit, you're muted.
It cut out the whole time. That's why I stayed muted to see if it would work. And all I did was it cut out.
I don't know. It's mine. Okay, for one, my limit is up with. Oh, hold on. I thought I stopped that one. My limit's up with Yardstream for my free hours, so it might have to do with that. But that's why I have a hard time streaming the trial, because a lot of times my Wi-Fi and my laptop don't want to connect to each other. Like if I try to share the screen for the video, then the Wi-Fi kicks out. But I can do just audio,
Okay.
or I gotta put the trial on my laptop and stream it from my phone.
Okay, I'm going to share this, and I know you think this is funny, and so do I. I did a skit of jaundice, okay? Now, okay, if you guys remember, you remember that Molly said her mom passed or she was gone, and he made a video. Well, I made a video of him. Here we go. I'm jaundice in this video, people. Okay?
You need to get her some more yellow.
Mommy, get away.
Did you see that beautiful video I just made?
I got a review.
Look at my face. Oh my God.
I was on a call
Sorry.
at 4 a.m. with Molly. She needs our prayers. Also, she needs you. She would be there for you guys. Hold on, please. Yes, I'm clutching my pearls. Clutching my pearls. So, she needs to take a red eye, or she did take a red eye to Philly. I can't say why or where. In due time, when she's ready, she will. let you know what's going on. Keep her and Princess in your prayers. And below, you will see links to PayPal, to Venmo, to Cash App. She could really use your support right now. She would do the same for you. Yes. And I'm sorry I had to come on with my hair not done. I got new foundation though.
Oh my god.
Yes. Hold on, guys. I gotta mute. We got an update. Hello. Yes, Molly. You want me to say that? But I don't feel comfortable saying that. That's a lie. Yeah, I'm live right now. I'm trying to get you the money. I will do my best. Okay, I love you. Hey guys, that's an update from Molly. Princess is at the hospital. Prayers for Princess. I'm not sure what happened, but she told me he's in the hospital. We will put his links in the description also. Yes. And you haters of Molly, give her a break. Let her grieve this process. It's a process. If any of you know, when someone gets hurt, you grieve. You grieve your party friend cannot come out with you. Yes. Very sad. Very sad. Okay. Hold on. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay. Also, I forgot to mention, they did some x-rays on Princess. And they found something up his ass.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure.
Hey, oh my god. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god. What did I do? Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Hey. Now watch, you guys. Watch my face. I only watch myself one time, but check this out, you guys. Oh my god. Watch my face. Oh, hold on. I did it again. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Watch my face after I say something up his ass.
What's stuck up his ass? But when Molly has time, she will tell you. Yes, she will. Let's pray for Princess.
Oh, shit. Shit.
But when Molly has time,
Hold
also
on.
I forgot to mention,
Here we go.
they did some x-rays on Princess.
Watch my face.
And they found something up his ass. We're not sure what's stuck up his ass.
There is something wrong with you, woman.
I know, right?
Molly has time. She will tell you.
This is very disturbing, I know.
How the hell did you keep a straight face doing this?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's right.
I'm going to need the Facebook link for your group so I can send them to you
Why
that
can't I look
way,
at you
through your
guys?
messenger that way, because I can't send them to you. I can't
I'm
save them to
sad.
my phone to send to you on Twitter.
The situation's very, very sad. Yeah. Very sad.
I don't know how you do this shit with a straight face.
And I did tell Molly, for all of us, her fans, and Princess fans, to give him a kiss from all of us on the cheek. Yes, I sure did.
Oh my God.
And we don't want to see him suffer. Not at all. You want to send flowers to the hospital? What do I say? What do I say? What do I say? The hospital ain't allowing flowers at this moment because of COVID. No flowers. Cash would be better. So Molly can go get Princess a White Claw. White Claw.
I'm telling you, you are just demented, woman.
Caviar.
I know, right?
Nothing but the best for our princess.
Oh my God.
Okay, I just want to tell the community, be kind. Whether you like her or don't like her, now is not the time to not like her. Just give her a break.
Yeah.
Yes, give her a break. She's having a hard time. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Sorry. I keep having interruptions. Interruptions. Okay. For right now, that's the update. Okay. God bless everybody.
All right, Tiny
Links
Tim.
are in the description. Let's pray for Molly and Princess.
Oh my God.
How do you keep a straight face? That's what I want to know. How do you keep a straight face? Because I would not be able to. Not with some of the crap you say. That is too hilarious.
Oh God, you know what? I don't know either. Okay, and I only watched it once. This is the second time now. Okay, well maybe third. Okay, but that is really disturbing, don't you think? Look at all the people I scared away because of that.
Oh, whatever. You did scare anybody away.
Even if they got to know the characters that I'm doing to understand what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't watch them or really know too much about them,
yeah,
it may seem like she's really being derogatory towards them, but she's not.
Yeah. I mean, do you like how I pause after each word? So, yo, have to. I'm clutching my pearls. Because he's got that channel, Clutching My Pearls. That's why I did that. So Sugar says she's got pits.
Yeah, that I need your Facebook group you have.
Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me go
I
there
need the
now.
link to that so I can get you on Messenger from that, and I can send it to you that way.
Do you want me to put it in the private chat or your
Yeah,
Twitter?
put it in the private chat if you don't want everybody to know it.
Oh, this one's no big deal because this is my channel one.
Well, either one, I can get your Messenger from your regular Facebook or the group Facebook.
There you go. There you go.
La di di da 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 da. All these chats are driving me crazy.
Okay, just so everybody knows, I'm not making fun of anybody. It's just a situation that was going on at the time. And this person wears makeup that doesn't go with the skin tone, okay? So, yeah.
That just brought me to my Facebook. What the hell?
You're kidding.
Like,
That is-
literally, it took me to my Facebook.
It did? It's mine. That is so weird.
Nope. I opened it twice. It took me to mine. Damn, I need to check Facebook more often. I don't check it that often. I've got like over 70
Okay, try it
notifications.
out. Shoot, I didn't put it in the private chat. Oh well. Here. Try that.
Oh, wait. Yep, there you go. That's better.
That other one brought you to you. That's really weird.
I need to get putting stuff in my group. I haven't put nothing in there lately. I like to do lives over there sometimes.
I would like to do a live on TikTok, but you got to have 1,000 subs.
Yeah, it drives me crazy.
Yep.
All right, so let me get. I got you now.
How is everybody today? So in about, let's see, 22 minutes, 23 minutes? No, 13 minutes. They should be live again.
All right, I just sent you a chat.
Okay. Huh. I didn't get nothing.
Damn it. Check your, it might be in one of your spam. No, you checked it.
Where are you?
I just sent you a message with emojis.
Oh, is that you? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to say the name.
Oh, well, most of my people know my real name. Come on.
I just want to be careful.
It's not letting me send it.
Isn't that weird? We are having problems today. I can't do anything on Twitter.
It's not literally not letting me save it or nothing. When I save it, it says could not save. When I try to forward it, it'll let me forward it. And then as soon as it says sent, it says had problem with it sending. Oh, maybe Yep, failed to send message.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, come on.
So now I follow you and see what happens from there. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. I didn't know you had a group.
Nope. Let me see if I can do it a different way. Shug, you're just gonna have to add me on damn Facebook, woman. We've been friends too long not to be on Facebook.
I don't do Facebook. All I do is this one here. This
No, that takes me to take a picture. Oh, this is driving me nuts. Let's see if I can do it this way. Okay, so it seems like it's only letting me send it to a phone number because that's what she sent it from. It's not allowing me to send it to Messenger, even though I have my Messenger and my text messages together in the same folder.
That's strange.
Very weird. And it won't let me, like I said, save it, download it, nothing.
Huh.
That's weird.
Well, if you can figure it out, send it to the Twitter.
She's like, can't you send an email? No, I can't save it to send an email. I don't know. Well, Shug.
Okay. We tried.
If she was on my Facebook Messenger list, then I'd be able to do it. Actually, I probably can do that. What the hell am I doing? Oh, no, I can't. Hold on.
Hey, Alma, how you doing? No, we're just trying to figure out how to have problems. Twitter ain't working for me, so I don't know what's going on there.
Is who all high now? What are you talking about?
Alma's just being Alma.
I don't know. I would think more of Princess and Jaundice.
How many of us think Princess and PayPal Mel got freaky when Mel was in Hershey? No, wasn't he with Gina Diamond? I could be wrong. Could you imagine? Well, with poor behavior like that and abusing people, I call it abuse, have 90,000 subs and your channel terminated forever, you can never be on the platform again because of your own actions. You didn't do nothing. She asked what you were talking about, and I go, oh, Alma just being Alma, in a funny way. What are you up to, Alma?
Well, no, what I was saying, Alma, is you said, or are y'all all high? So I was like, what are you talking about?
Well, maybe she was disturbed seeing me in that skit like that.
I don't know. She caught that one.
I mean, you had to be on something to do that, people would think, right? Not me, though. Oh, video games? No, I'm just feeding my face. That's all I'm doing. Hold on. Oh, it ain't working. The beeping? Jaundice is orange. Well, you know what? All I could find was those two foundations because I hardly ever wear makeup. But how do you like how messed up the makeup is? And the lip-
Yeah, I've already told her when I first seen it, I told her that she needed to do it a little bit different. I'm going to have to find a color and send it to her. But then her skin, you know, with her skin tone, you have to have it's something that you literally got to like put on to see if it'll match it.
Does he still go live?
I think maybe on the Clutch Pearls one or something like that.
Yeah, Clutch My Pearls or something like that. I wonder if he's lost without his sidekick there. Jaundice is orange. He can blend it all.
Yeah, he can't blend his makeup in. He really doesn't need to be wearing makeup.
No.
Like he could pull it off without putting foundation on at least.
Yep.
Oh gosh, my legs are killing me, y'all.
I think that's her laptop.
Yeah, my laptop has chirping or whatever it is. Look, I'm lucky it's still working at all. It's hanging on by a wire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's old.
Yeah, there's a guy on here that wears makeup. Not a big deal, but the foundation is. Oh,
He's
so
20.
they're back.
Good, I can do dishes while they're back.
There we go. So they were.
No, Crime Talks, their timer says 2 minutes.
Yeah, they just turned on the camera. Now it's off.
Yeah. I'm thinking they're starting to file back in. You got like 2 minutes. Well, Crime Talk says theirs is on like 1 minute 40 seconds till the screens come back on. They're coming back in. They're filing back in, but they're not there yet.
Yeah. I said that the other day. How is Alma today? Is that just your channel name on Facebook? Yeah.
Sugar.
I don't even do. Oh, go ahead.
Woman, if you add her to Facebook and not me, I'm going to beat you.
Hey, I follow you now. I didn't know you had one.
Oh yeah, like I have 2 different crime groups on Facebook. I've got a women's group on Facebook, and then
Oh,
I also have a professional page on Facebook.
really?
When you do the professional page, that's where the people send you stars. The more stars you get, the more money you make.
Oh, I had no idea.
I don't get no stars.
Nobody really comes to that page, but I don't care. You know what I mean? I just wanted to reach out to a different branch of people with all the missing people I cover. That's all. That's all I wanted to do. Because I don't do Facebook because my dysfunctional family.
Yeah, I got a missing persons group that I don't really do much in. I have to really get that group going. And then I have Dippy's True Crime with Dippy group. And then I have, like I said, my women's group. It's called It's Bitchin' Time, which I haven't done that really in that one either. It's just a Mimi group. But but people don't help me post in there. So I get tired of being the only one to post and nobody interact with them. So I was like, I was going to close at the beginning of the year, but I've had it for almost 3 years, and I have over 400 people in there. I don't really want to close it.
Oh, really? That's cool. You're waiting for pizza? Yummy. I love pizza.
That is my favorite food.
I love pizza and spaghetti.
Yep. I like any type of pasta. I can eat pasta and pizza all day, every day, but my husband would kill me.
Yep, I could too.
I made spaghetti and meatballs last night, and I really would love some baked ziti today,
yummy.
but my husband would flip if I made 2 pasta dishes in one day apart.
Yeah, you're funny too, Alma.
We're funny?
No, Alma says you guys are funny. Oh,
1358 people versus Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury.
No, I wouldn't sell my page.
Anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Before I forget, if we have some time at the end of the day, I want to talk about Wednesday in the event we have to flex start time.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow's fine. I think Wednesday is the issue.
You're right.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 people versus Letecia Stauch. Should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Your Honor, people call Sherry Holes to the stand.
Ms. Holes, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holes. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Sherry Holes. It's Sherrie, last of Holes, Holes.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic serologist and DNA analyst at the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed such as?
I've been employed in that role approximately 4.5 years at the CSPD Crime Lab.
And what does a forensic serologist
Stop
do?
you for just a moment.
Oh, sure.
Can you move that so that it's on its side so it doesn't block the view of those two jurors right there? Or you can just lay it down on its side either way. Okay. All right, go ahead.
I think I was asking you what a forensic serologist does.
Yes, a forensic serologist examines evidence for the presence of biological fluids. Specifically in our lab, we look for blood, semen, saliva, and also we examine for other potential biological evidence that may be suitable for DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience of training do you have in the field of forensic serology?
Well, my training, first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from University of California at Davis. I also have a Master's of Public Health with a specialty in Forensic Science from University of California, Berkeley. Prior to my employment in Colorado, I was employed in the same capacity for approximately 10 years. I was also a forensic DNA analyst and serologist in various crime labs in California. Most serology training actually does occur on the job. There are a few formal classes that I did take, such as microscopy of semen evidence, and mostly it was on the job training. In fact, when I came to Colorado Springs and was hired here, I spent about a year just going through a training protocol before I was deemed competent and able to begin casework.
And are you peer reviewed when you do a serology examination?
Yes, so all the reports that I write with my results are always technically reviewed by a second qualified analyst within the lab to make sure that they agree with the conclusions that I'm offering in the report. And then there's also another level of review called administrative review before the report goes out by another second qualified analyst, serology, and DNA analyst.
And approximately how many forensic serology examinations have you conducted in your career?
Oh, in my career, it's well over 1,000.
You don't keep track each time you do one.
I usually average about 100 cases for serology a year. So over the course of almost 15 years, yeah, it's well over 1,000.
That was a bad attempt to try. Sorry. Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've been qualified as an expert in this area approximately 40 times previously.
And are those both here and in California?
That's correct.
At this time, we'd ask that the court qualify Ms. Holes as an expert in the field of forensic serology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So I want to kind of focus on your role as a forensic serologist here in Colorado Springs, the Metro Crime Lab. Were you asked to conduct several forensic serological examinations?
Serological, correct, yeah.
And in this particular case, the disappearance of Gannon Stauch.
Yes, I was.
Could you give the jury a rundown on how you come about or how you became involved in this investigation?
So when we get a request from an agency, in this case, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, typically there's a couple of things that happen. One is they will write a cover letter with a description of the pertinent case details and some of the items of evidence that they would like examined. And then also typically there's a meeting between the submitting agency and our crime lab supervisor, our DNA technical supervisor, and they make decisions as to these are the items that we will accept and which what are the priorities on which items will be tested.
And so is that common in any criminal investigation that the investigating agency will submit a letter asking you to perform analysis on certain items of evidence?
I can't speak to how other laboratories and agencies do it, but that is what we request, just so that we have some background knowledge of, it helps us decide of the case, so that helps us decide which evidence are best going to answer the questions being posed in the case and what is most probative, in other words, offering proof in the case circumstances.
And is it often in large investigations that you may actually meet with the detectives or other investigative officers to talk about what should be tested and why and that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely they try to do meetings before the first request comes in, but often in a large investigation, there can be several meetings that occur over time as more investigative details come to light or more questions are being answered in the case. And that is what happened in this particular case.
Can you describe that for the jury? Why did that happen in this particular case?
I was not involved in the actual meetings that were occurring. That was our crime lab manager and the DNA supervisor. But from my understanding, as more information was coming to light in the course of the investigation, more questions were being asked, more evidence was being collected on multiple different occasions, which then was coming into the lab with a request for examination.
And when you conduct your examinations, how do you get your results back to the investigating agency?
So once we have, and when I have issued a report and it's gone through the 2 layers of review, it is then released to the investigating detective, the lead detective on the case from one of our administrative staff.
And did you do several reports with regards to this investigation?
Yes, in this particular investigation, I released 7 reports.
And do you know why there were 7 different reports on, I'm assuming, 7 different dates?
Again, I think additional items were being collected, additional questions were being asked as additional evidence was being collected and during the course of the investigation. So they didn't have all of the evidence or even all of the information from that very first request. So again, as they were having more meetings with our lab management, it was decisions were being made that, we need additional items tested.
And so what would be your role, just so you can explain to the jury, in the process of doing your analysis with regards to evidence in this particular case?
My role was to examine the items of evidence for the presence of, mostly for the presence of blood, and then also for other potential biological material that may be there, and consolidate any swabs or cuttings that I take, as well as documentation of the evidence. Documentation is done through photography and from note-taking of my observations of the evidence. And then any samples that I deem would be suitable to go on for DNA analysis, I'm then consolidating into what we call a DNA packet. DNA packet is just an envelope that has numerous tubes that I've prepared. The tubes have little pieces of cuttings or little swabs from the various items of evidence. Then that will go forward to the next step, which is the DNA analysis.
And with regards to this particular investigation, you indicated earlier that you may have been looking for blood or presumptive presence of blood in these types of items. How would that impact your DNA packet, or whether or not you create a DNA packet with regards to what the results of your blood test was?
So when I am looking for blood, that's always starts with a visual exam. If I see staining that is consistent with visually looks like blood, we then do a chemical color test. It's a presumptive test for blood, meaning it's not a confirmatory test for blood, but it does indicate the presence of that. If I have a stain area that looks like blood, reacts to that chemical presumptive test, I typically will take a small cutting or a swabbing of that stain, trying to preserve additional stain, not take the whole sample when I can. And then that would go into a test tube. That test tube then goes into the DNA packet. I also do what we call trace swabbing, and trace swabbing is areas that may contain DNA cells or cells that have DNA. So many of our tests are so sensitive now in DNA analysis that we don't actually need to have a stain present. We can also get a DNA profile from just a very small number of just cells. Cells can be deposited just through touch or from wearing clothing, that kind of thing. So some of my serology examination is also doing trace swabbing. So areas in which I don't actually see a stain, but may be interested in DNA results from maybe through someone having touched an item per se.
And we'll get to those as we go through the individual items. Did you have several individual physical pieces of evidence that you examined and performed a serological examination on those items?
Yes, I did.
And would you also receive swabs from various areas of a residence 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And would you, when you received all these items, were they all sealed in protective ways so that you know no one touched them in between the last person who opened the item?
Yes.
And rather than go through that with each item we go to, every item you looked at was sealed when you got it?
Yeah, if anything is not in a sealed condition, I note it, but I do not remember receiving any items in an unsealed manner, no.
And when you create a DNA packet, do you also seal that item and preserve it in a way so that the DNA will not be impacted?
Yes, I do. My envelope that I create that has all the little tubes from the cuttings and swabs, that gets an evidence tape seal once it's ready to go forward, and it's stored frozen for further analysis.
And is that why we don't admit them here in court, because they need to stay in the freezer, that kind of thing, to preserve that DNA?
Yeah, they are best maintained in a frozen manner, and literally it's just an envelope with the tubes inside. So it's best just not to bring it to court at all.
So to your right are a series of exhibits. And I'd like to go through these one by one, as painfully as that sounds, but I think we can go through it fairly quickly. The first exhibit that you'll see in that box on that table is exhibit 182. Could you pull that out and tell us what that is?
Yes. This is labeled as the toothbrush belonging to Gannon Stauch.
And do you need to open that to see that that's the toothbrush in there?
I can see it from the bottom. It's been partially opened.
Okay. And when you received that, was it sealed, of course?
Yes, it was.
What did you do with that particular toothbrush?
This toothbrush was submitted as a possible secondary reference standard when we need to make DNA comparisons. We need a reference standard or a known sample from an individual. This was submitted as a possible secondary reference. Gannon was not present at the time, so they have a toothbrush, which hopefully would have his DNA on it. So I did some swabbing of the toothbrush. I also took some cuttings of the toothbrush bristles as well.
And was that done on February 8th of 2020?
The report was issued on February 8th, that work, yes.
It says that the request date was February 5th, 2020. So did you do the actual testing sometime in between those two dates?
Yes.
So Gannon's body had not been discovered yet.
Correct.
So you created a DNA packet for this item?
Not just for this item, but yes, this would be one of the items, those little cuttings of the toothbrush bristles and the swabs, those would go into test tubes and be included in the DNA packet with other samples that I collected.
Now, earlier you testified that you're also a forensic DNA analyst. Is there a reason why you didn't do DNA on this particular item versus creating a packet and sending it on?
Yeah, at this point in time, I was not a qualified DNA analyst at the lab here in Colorado Springs. So my only role was to do serology examinations.
So now you can do both, right?
I'm to a certain point in my DNA analysis training that I am qualified to a certain step, but there's always more training to be done.
did this item and other items go on to Donna Minogue for further DNA testing?
Yes.
And I don't know if we want to just stick that back in
No,
the
sure.
box, just that so it doesn't get too cluttered up there. Or that works too. Okay. The next item in there is People's Exhibit 184. You can pull that out. Tell us what that is.
Yes, DNA standards for Gannon's biological father.
And do you need to open that to see what's in there?
It's partially open. There's, if I can look at this. Okay, there's just some swabs that are in here.
Are those buccal swabs from Mr. Eugene Stauch, also Al Stauch?
Yes, buccal swabs are swabs that are taken from the inside of the cheeks and the gum area, and those are taken as a reference standard or a known DNA standard that will be later on used for comparison purposes.
I guess while we're doing that, let's pull out 185 as well. What is People's Exhibit 185?
DNA standards for Gannon's biological mother, Landon. Okay. Yes, this also contains 2 sets of swabs.
And so are those buccal swabs as well from Gannon's mother?
Yes, these are buccal swabs also collected as reference standards from Gannon's mother.
Now, we're doing this together, but I'm assuming when you conduct the test, you're doing things individually, right? You're not mixing and matching items of evidence?
So we have yes, that's correct. We have a very set process on how we examine items of evidence in the lab. We always, before we even start any examination, we do a thorough cleaning of our workspace using bleach. We know that DNA, because it's so sensitive, our testing procedures are so sensitive, they are prone to contamination. So we have to be very careful, make sure we don't leave our own DNA on any evidence. So that involves wearing protective face coverings and hand coverings and gloves, hair coverings as well. And then we also want to make sure that there's no contaminating DNA on our work surfaces. So those are always bleached down in between every single item of evidence. We always lay out a fresh piece of like white butcher paper. So the evidence actually doesn't even touch any of our work surfaces. Any of our implements are cleaned as well. And then we always look at the order in which we look at items of evidence is also important. We try to look at evidence items that may have potentially low amounts of DNA before we would look at evidence items that have high amounts of DNA, something that would be very bloody, would have expected high amount of DNA. We wouldn't want that to contaminate our work surfaces at all. So the order in which we examine is important. And then lastly, we always look at reference samples last, after looking at all the other evidence items.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 184 and 185, what did you do exactly to create a DNA packet for those 2 buccal swabs?
So the buccal swabs, individually, of course, one by one, examining those. My role was just to take a portion of one of the buccal swabs. I essentially it's like a long Q-tip, like a Q-tip head with a long stick. That's what the swab is. And I just take a sterile scalpel and I just portion off one part of the swab. That goes into a sterile tube, which is then labeled with the associated barcode number that we've given it. Then that tube is that I've created goes into the DNA packet.
And I'm referencing your February 8th, 2020 report, if you need to refresh your recollection. But do you recall looking at a piece of tan carpet that was rolled up inside of another piece of carpet that was found in the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What were you looking at in regards to that carpet?
So I was looking for the possible presence of blood.
Did you see with your eye the presence of possible blood?
I did.
And what did you do upon seeing
So once I visually see staining that looks like it may be blood, I then do the chemical color presumptive test, which was positive for the presence of blood on the carpet. And then I do, actually on the back of that rolled up piece of carpet, I then swabbed a portion of that potential blood staining so that portion of that swab can go in the test tube and then into the DNA packet for further analysis.
And do you have People's Exhibit 386 there next in the list?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 386?
let's see. This is 3 sets of possible blood swabs.
And what are those blood swabs from? Does it indicate on the
It
envelope?
does, yes. These were identified using placards A, B, and C, collected from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
And so, what are these? Are these Q-tips or are they into?
It's very much like a Q-tip. Their swabs come in sterile packaging. So typically there's a sterile wrapper, and within there are 2 swabs that they are, when our crime scene investigators are collecting these, they would open up the sterile packaging, take out these 2 swabs, which look like a Q-tip, but they have long wooden sticks. And then once they're finished swabbing these particular areas, they go back into the individual swab wrappers, and that's how I receive them. This one has 3 sets, meaning there'd be 3 separate collections then contained within this outer envelope.
Are the 3 sets labeled in a particular way?
I'm gonna need to refer to my notes.
Now, page 2 of 4 of your
Oh,
report.
Is that on my report or my notes?
It's in your report.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my notes. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they actually, inside the outer envelope, inside there was 3 smaller tape-sealed manila envelopes. And each of those were labeled with either an A or a B or a C to indicate the placards that they had used while they were collecting the evidence.
And does it say where these placards were located within the residence?
Let's see.
Was it in the garage?
Yeah, so the outermost barcode label, which they put on here, says from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
So with regards to these placards, if the jury wanted to, they can look at photographs and go to the garage and look for placards A, B, and C, and that would reference the swabs that we're talking about.
Yes, correct.
So what did you find with regards to placards A, B, and C, or at least the swabs from those areas in the garage?
So each of those swabs did show kind of a reddish discoloration, each set, A, B, and C. And I did my chemical presumptive testing for each set of placards A, B, C, and all were presumptive positive for blood.
And did those get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, portions of those swabs were then cut and placed into test tubes, forwarded for DNA analysis.
I believe the next one, Your Honor, if I may, have permission to.
Might have to narrow it down a little bit more than that. That's okay.
People's 451 is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Sure, you think this admitted evidence 451. You recognize this item?
I do.
Do you need to look at that further?
Okay, I do, yes.
Okay. Obviously, 451 is a piece of carpet, right?
Yes, that was a carpet, correct. Carpet 1 is how they designated that one.
What did you find at Exhibit 451?
That piece of carpet, there was staining observed on both sides of the carpet that was presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
I did, yes. Or not the whole carpet. I did take samples from the carpet.
Yeah, People's Exhibit 503, in your report, it's labeled as 6839 SW2-01 period 01. Another piece of carpet. Do you recall seeing that?
So let's see. Carpet 1 is that item number that you just described. There was a second carpet 2, that was 6839 SW2-04.01. Is it a different exhibit that you're referencing?
Yeah, I think 451 was a difference. Let me show you that again. So
Okay. Okay, so that's the -01. That's for carpet 1.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Is the next one carpet 2 then?
The next one should be carpet 2.
Same thing with carpet 2. What did you find on carpet 2, which is People's Exhibit 503?
Yes. Carpet 2 also had visible staining and also reacted positive to the presumptive test for blood.
Did you also look at the foam padding associated with People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in the foam padding of People's Exhibit 503?
Also, foam padding had visible staining and was positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
The next exhibit in the box to your right should be People's Exhibit 512. Can you pull that out?
Yes.
What do you see in People's Exhibit 512?
This one is labeled as the electrical outlet cover with possible blood. And it says collected from southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And what did you find after, did you conduct a presumptive test for blood on that item?
I did. I noted some visible staining on the electric outlet cover. I did the presumptive test for blood, which was positive.
And did you perform a DNA kit for that item?
Well, I did do some swabbing of the stained area that could then go on for DNA analysis. Yes.
So do you do that, for instance, that it's a physical piece of item that may have blood on it? Do you actually swab the blood versus CSI at the scene swabbing like the garage floor that we already talked about?
Yeah, typically when we train CSIs or law enforcement officers, we always suggest that if they can collect the item and bring it into the lab so the serologist can examine it, that's the best practice. If it's an item that is just not movable, such as a garage floor or just too unwieldy to collect, then they do some sampling as well. But we always prefer on anything that can be packaged and brought into the lab, we always would prefer to examine it ourselves and do all of the documentation and collection in the lab.
Is the swabbing the same process though? The same, keep referring to it as a Q-tip. Is there something else I should refer it to?
Yeah, swab or Q-tip. It's the same. We always have these, so we use the sterile package swabs that we open up, and then I label the swab wrapper as to what I'm going to be, what the barcode number is associated with it, and I swab it. I let it dry. Once it's dry, I can then take a portion of the swab, put it into a sterile test tube for DNA analysis.
You put that back, and then the next item should be People's Exhibit 516. That?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 516?
This is labeled as possible blood swabs collected from electrical socket in southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And you know if that socket is related to People's Exhibit 512, the item we just looked at?
Yes, I believe that they did actually. I'm not sure who actually collected the swab, but that it was swabbed prior to being collected and submitted to the lab.
And what did you do with that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I just noted some coloration on the swab, and then tested it with the presumptive test for blood, which was positive. I then took a portion of the swab, cut a portion of the swab, put it into the test tube for DNA analysis.
The next time I want to talk to you about is in your report. It's People's Exhibit 504, but in your report you label as Carpet 2. Does that refresh your recollection a little bit about the three different carpets you looked at?
Okay, yes. So there was a carpet 1, there was a carpet 2, and then there was an unlabeled carpet rug. So,
Right.
okay,
Right.
yes.
So what did you find with regards to People's Exhibit 504, what you have labeled as carpet 2 in your report?
Again, visible staining was present on the carpet. The chemical presumptive test for blood was positive.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
Yes, samples were taken on carpet 2 from the back side of the carpet. Swabs were taken, cuttings were taken, and even some of the stained fibers were taken, all to be forwarded for DNA analysis.
Did you do the same for the padding that was related to carpet 2, People's Exhibit 504?
Same process, did a visual exam, noted staining, which was presumptive positive for blood, and again, took a small cutting of the stained area that could be forwarded for DNA analysis.
And with regards to carpet 1 and carpet 2, do you know where this carpet came from with regards to 6627 Mandan Drive?
They were labeled as coming from the southeast room, also known as the child's room in the basement.
That in Gannon's room, or did you know?
That's my understanding, that they were from Gannon's room.
Was it your understanding that there was a large area of blood in the corner of his room underneath his bed?
Yes.
I now want to turn to your February 28th, 2020 report. And I believe the next item in the box will be People's Exhibit 371. Is that right?
That's 378.
You see 371 up there? Oh, I apologize. 371 is defendant's buckle swabs. Do you recall getting defendant's buckle swabs?
Let's see. Were they part of a kit?
Well, they're currently admitted into evidence, but they're in a freezer somewhere.
So I did actually get buccal swabs. They were part of an evidence collection kit taken from Letecia Stauch, which had fingernail scrapings and a buccal swab. So I did portion out some of the buccal swab from Letecia Stauch for DNA analysis.
Okay, and that went on to Donna Minogue's analysis.
Correct, yes.
All right. So now let's go to the shoes that you have there. People's Exhibit 378. Are those the shoes you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Is that People's Exhibit 378?
Correct, yes.
Now, earlier you testified about swabbing for DNA for the presence of things that are found in blood. Did you do that this particular item?
Yes, I did. Again, we call that trace DNA swabbing. It's in areas that we don't see staining, but we may be interested in any, say, skin cells that may be left by, in these cases, shoes, maybe someone who wore the shoes. We could potentially still get DNA from swabbing, in this case, the inside soles of the shoes.
So can you demonstrate, I know the shoes are in plastic, but can you kind of demonstrate to the jury where you swab the particular shoes in the hopes of finding DNA for the owner of those shoes?
Sure. So for the owner, I would expect that their DNA would be on the inside soles. So I actually, for each shoe individually, these are separate swabbings. I took the swabs together and I swabbed the insole, like reaching into the shoe, and then also the back heel area. And that was done separately for the right and left shoes.
And did that get forwarded on for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Did you also swab any potential blood on the outside of those shoes?
Yes. On the right shoe, I did swab. It did react. The right shoe did react to the chemical presumptive test for blood on the outsole. It's on the bottom of the shoe. So I actually just swabbed the entire outsole, including all of the recessed areas of the shoe as well.
Now, when you got these shoes, were you able to visibly see blood on them, or what appeared to be?
So I did note that they had kind of an orangish, reddish coloration. I didn't. Sometimes things can look like blood and they don't react, and other times, the blood potentially can take different colorations. Both shoes had that coloration, although the left shoe did not react to the presumptive presence of blood. So unclear if the coloration is due to potential blood staining, but the right shoe did react to the presumptive test for blood.
And what happens to blood if you put shoes in a washing machine and run the washer?
So, what happens to blood? So, blood obviously is going to, for the most part, be washed off. But within blood, there are cells, and cells can sometimes survive washing. We do know through actual studies that have been published that some DNA can survive washing. Of course, some would be lost to the wash process, but depending on various factors such as what type of substrate or surface the DNA was deposited on, what type of wash cycle, what type of detergents, or even if bleaches were used, those are all going to impact whether or not we would get recoverable amounts of DNA from something that has gone through the wash.
When you received these shoes, did you notice anything that was consistent with them being run through a washing machine?
I actually did note for these shoes that they had a strong, what I call clean odor.
And yet you still saw some discoloration that appeared to be blood to you on these shoes?
I did note discoloration on the soles of the shoe, the outsoles, and that's where I focused my attention as far as presumptive testing for blood, and was able to find positive results on the outsole of the right shoe.
Did you also receive a swab with regards to this case, which is People's Exhibit 246? Should be in that box there. If it's not in that box, I can just ask you about it.
Okay.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
This is labeled as package of 2 swabs from woman's black and white Nike shoe. And then there's some indications on the bottom, handwritten, swabs from Nike shoes, laundry room, right shoe.
And so are those consistent with People's Exhibit 378, the Nike shoes that you just talked about?
Yeah, they actually were swabbed prior to being submitted into the lab. The outsole was swabbed.
And did you submit that on to DNA analysis?
I did. This, I believe I actually tested it for the presumptive presence of blood. I did, and that was positive. So, yes, and then a portion was submitted on for DNA analysis.
You need help getting rid of some of those
No,
exhibits?
I got it.
Next one to go to People's Exhibit. Well, before we leave 378, did you talk about all the areas you swabbed, both outside and inside of the shoe?
Let me just refer to my report. Okay, so the right shoe, I did swab the entire outsole of the right shoe that had reacted positive for the presumptive presence of blood, even in all of those little recessed areas as well. I did swab the right shoe lace as well. And then I took the trace swabs that we talked about for wearer DNA on the inside sole and the inside back heel area. The left shoe, I did not get any presumptive positives. They were all negatives. So I only did those trace swabs on the insole of the left shoe.
And were those individually packaged for DNA analysis? So when Donna Minogue did her DNA analysis, she knew exactly what she was doing based on your label.
Yes, I always label the swab wrappers with what I'm collecting. And then also the test tubes get the same itemization as well.
And does that apply to everything where you create a DNA packet? Do you label it so Donna Minogue, who does the DNA analysis, can then say this is the item that Sherry Holes looked at?
Yes, that's their standard practice within the lab.
And next, I want to turn to People's Exhibit 459. Do you have that there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 459?
This is labeled as swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions in garage and laundry room of 6627 Mandan Drive.
So what is the Blue Star? I know the jury has heard a lot about Blue Star, but what does Blue Star mean to you, and how do you treat that differently? For instance, a swab that says blood on the garage floors, A, B, and C.
Sure. So Blue Star is another chemical presumptive test. It works in very much the same way as the chemical test I'm using in the lab. I use a different one, but it has the same process. Blue Star is used by our CSIs out at crime scenes, and it's typically used in areas in which they suspect there might be blood, or they're looking to see if there's blood, but it's really not visible to them. and they can spray this reagent onto an area. It will react. It's very, very sensitive. It will react even if an area has been cleaned, potentially. So it's chemiluminescent. Usually that's something that they do in a darkened room, and it's much like luminol. It glows, and they can take photographs of areas that are reacting. When they find a blue star positive area, then they swab it for us and they submit it into the lab. But because it's already gone through a chemical presumptive test, they don't need to now repeat another chemical presumptive test. It's already reacted positive to the blue star. It's the same process that my test would do. So when I get something labeled as blue star positive, my role is typically just to, like in this case, these are swabs, just go ahead and collect a portion of the swab into a test tube and forward it on for DNA analysis.
And is that what you did with 459?
Yes.
And did you do that with everything that was labeled blue star, at least swabbing of the blue star?
When things were swabbed, yes, there were a few items, larger items that said blue star positive that I did still, like carpeting. I did still do a visual exam, but swabs, I just took a portion. I didn't do further chemical presumptive testing.
So with regards to People's Exhibit 518, which should be the next exhibit, did you do the same things with that particular item?
Yes, this is labeled swabs of blue star positive reactions from the staircase between the main level and basement of 6627 Mandan Drive. Again, my role was just to take a sample using a scalpel, take off a small portion of the swabs, put them into the test tubes.
Is that 518 you're looking at?
Yes.
And so, let me, if I can approach her.
Me.
Let's now jump to your March 17th, 2020 report. And I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 423. Just hold it for me if you like.
Okay. Yes.
You recognize that?
I do recognize the label on it. I did not package it in this packaging, but yes, I recognize this is a plastic tub and lid with possible blood.
Did you examine this item?
I did.
Do you need to open it to look at it?
No, I don't.
Do you need me to open it?
No.
All right. What did you do with People's Exhibit 423?
This item was examined for the possible presence of blood, so I did do some visual examinations. That's how we always start all of our serology, and I did note that there was some red-brown staining on one short end of this plastic tub, on the tub and on the lid. I then did my chemical presumptive tests for blood, which were positive. I then took a number of different collections, swabs of these different blood stains or potential suspected blood stains, and those were then forwarded for the DNA analysis.
Can you just generally describe where you swabbed this item and how you labeled it for DNA analysis?
Sure. I collected, one collection was swabs of a suspected blood stain on the outside lip of the lid, short end of the tub with the label, meaning there was actually a sticker label on the tub. So I was differentiating that side from the other side, which did not have a sticker label. Second collection was swabs of suspected blood stain on outside corner of lid, short end of tub with label. Third collection was swabs of suspected blood stain on outside lip edge and side of container, short end of tub with label. And the fourth collection was swabs of suspected blood stain on the inside corner of the lid, short end of the tub with label.
And again, Donna Minogue will be able to know exactly what she's testing based on your labels.
Correct, yes.
You can go to your May 27th, 2020 report now. And I'll have you look at People's Exhibit 278, which should be in that box next to you there. Do you have that?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 278?
This is labeled as one package of 2 swabs from the bed located on east wall of Gannon's room.
Did you test that item for blood?
I did, yes.
And what was your results?
Presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct analysis on other swabs within that People's Exhibit 278?
This is one package of swabs. There was a separate item submitted called additional package of swabs from bed. I don't believe it's contained within this exhibit, but there was a separate item, which we have a separate barcode for, also from the bed, also positive for blood, or presumptive positive for blood.
And did that also go on to DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
How about People's Exhibit 191? What is that, by the way?
This is labeled as a Brillo scrub brush.
And what did you do with that Brillo scrub brush?
I examined it visually for the possible presence of blood. I did note some staining on the brush, and I was then able to do get the positive presumptive test for blood, and then do some collections of the staining that could go for DNA analysis.
And assuming you forwarded that on to DNA analysis?
I did, yes.
Where did you see, where did it test positive for blood on that particular item? Do you have that in your notes?
I do. This particular item tested positive on this kind of, oh, actually you can see it. It's kind of a flat type scrub brush with a handle. It tested positive on the flat surface on that back side of the brush.
And did you see any indication that this item may have been washed?
May have been washed. Let me check my notes.
You can actually look at the exhibit. Can you see where that exhibit was recovered from?
It actually does not note. Let me see the notes on the. This one actually is just called Brillo scrub brush. That's all that it's denoted.
That's fine. How about People's Exhibit 192? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
What is People's Exhibit 192?
This one is called a blue and white scrub brush. Okay.
Go ahead and tell us what you did with that.
So also visually examined and did note staining on this scrub brush, which was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. I then was able to collect stains from 3 separate collections. I collected from the base of the scrub brush head, between and on the bristles. Suspected blood stains were also collected from the back of the scrub brush head, and suspected blood stain was collected on the actual scrub brush bristles themselves.
And did that get forwarded on to DNA for DNA analysis?
It did, yes.
How about People's Exhibit 193?
People's Exhibit 193 is labeled as scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
What did you do with that particular exhibit?
Same process. I did a visual exam, did note some suspected blood staining, and which reacted to the chemical presumptive test for blood. I then collected possible blood stains on the back of the flat scrub brush.
Went on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Next item is People's Exhibit 417. Do you have that up there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 417?
This is described as 3 sets of possible blood swabs, tested presumptive positive blue star, collected from basement living room carpet, pillow on north couch, and area rug.
And did you forward those 3 swabs on for DNA analysis?
Yes, these were 3 separate swabs from some blue star areas. These also were sampled, placed in the test tubes, forwarded on for DNA analysis.
People's Exhibit 519.
Okay, this item is labeled swabs of blue star presumptive positive reactions from basement. Let's see, base of stairs and southeast child's room.
How many swabs total are in that particular exhibit?
Let's see. This particular exhibit has, let's see, 6 different collections in it.
I'm assuming those are packaged in 6 different tubes.
So of these, let's see, are they packaged in separate tubes when I do my packaging or how I receive them?
When you receive them.
So when I receive them, they typically are in, let me just check my notes. They actually were in 6 separate tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of the envelopes then had a description of where it had been collected from.
And since these are Blue Star swabs, did you just prepare these for DNA analysis?
Yeah, my preparation is just to sample or cut a portion of a swab to forward it on to DNA analysis.
We go to your June 17th report now and have you look at People's Exhibit 361.
Okay.
Well, I've got that here. I can approach you.
You may go ahead.
I want to pull out suitcase that's been entered in evidence since People's Exhibit 361. Do you recognize this item?
I do.
You need to put some gloves on.
Oh, I have gloves. Yeah.
Because I'd like to have you demonstrate where you swab this particular item. Okay?
Sure.
Eric, can the witness come out here and I'll hold
That's
this
fine.
while she does that? So, did you swab this item for blood?
I did on the inside.
Open this suitcase and show the jury where you swabbed it?
I noted staining in this area, this reddish brown staining, which did react to the presumptive test for blood, and this was the area that was swabbed.
You'll see staining there?
I can't.
Is that your circle that's on this suitcase?
Yeah, I circled the stain area. That's just for when I take photographs. I've also noted LMG positive. LMG is just shorthand for leukomalachite green. That's leuko, L-E. Too fast. It's the chemical presumptive test that I'm using in the lab. This LMG positive means it has reacted, and then I take photographs of this stain from various angles and with a scale. And I always like to have that notation in my photograph.
Are there other areas within this suitcase that you noted and swabbed?
There are other areas that I noted. I had seen other potential stains, like for example, by lining, actually there's 2 that I have noted staining, but I've circled and said LMG negative, meaning I did do the chemical presumptive test, but it did not react. So I don't swab stains that don't react to the presumptive.
Did you forward these swabs from the suitcase on for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at a blanket People's Exhibit 365?
I did, yes.
Exhibit 365. You can just use this in the plastic if you don't mind.
Yes.
I'm going to hold you in my.
Sure.
Can you see the areas where you swab this thing? On the other side?
On the dark blue side, on the light side, and the dark side. Yes.
I'll hold it while you point things out for the jury.
this is kind of some reddish brown staining, which I circled multiple different stains that did react to that presumptive test for blood. So I actually took, you can kind of see these tiny little squares. That's where I took cuttings from this. Because it's together, I was able to combine those into one test tube. And so that's the only area sampled on the blanket for DNA.
Did that test positive for blood?
It did.
Do you know whether or not this blanket was inside this suitcase when it was recovered?
Yes, I did put that in my report. Blue blanket recovered from within suitcase.
And those swabs, again, were forwarded on for DNA analysis.
Yeah, those were cuttings put into a test tube that was forwarded for DNA analysis.
Now, we don't have an exhibit that's titled Gannon's fingernails, but did you have an opportunity to examine the fingernails from autopsy from Gannon Stauch?
I did, yes.
What did you do with those particular fingernails?
I'm just going to refer to my report and notes. Okay. So of the right hand, I received 2 entire fingernails. From the left hand, I also received 2 entire fingernails. Separately, I examined them and I did swab the undersides of the distal ends, meaning the ends furthest from, I guess, the knuckle. I did swab separately the right undersides and the left undersides of those fingernails. And for each case, for both the right hand and left hand, the swabs from underneath the fingernails were positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And did you forward those on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why did I forward, or why did I set up?
Why were the fingernails that you knew came from Gannon forwarded on for DNA analysis?
To look for the presence of possible foreign DNA, which may be on the fingernails.
I want to jump to your report dated March 17th. You had People's Exhibit 194 up there.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 194?
This is an empty plastic Heinz vinegar bottle.
And did you receive that bottle into your lab for analysis?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to that bottle?
Again, I was looking at this bottle for the possible presence of blood. I did note some faint light staining around the handle area of the bottle, which did test presumptive positive for blood. And that area was swabbed and then forwarded for DNA analysis.
Do you have People's Exhibit 435 up there? What is People's Exhibit 435?
This is People's Exhibit 679.
Okay, that's the next one.
I don't have any more exhibits in here.
Well, let me just do it this way. You recall examining an Amazon box that had potential blood on it?
I do.
And was this Amazon box recovered from the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What did you see when you got the box in your lab?
On one side of the box, there was some potential blood staining that visually looked like it could be blood. And I did do the chemical presumptive tests, which were positive for those stains on one side of the box, on the exterior side.
And did you forward those swabbings of those stains onto DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did swab the stains, and those did go on for DNA analysis.
And are they labeled in such a way that Donna Minogue would know where they came from once she got them?
Yes.
With regards to People's Exhibit 679, which I think you said you had up there.
Okay.
What is that and what did you do with it?
This is labeled as a white bed sheet with blue sharp print and hair and fabric received from laundry basket in closet of southeast basement bedroom. This particular sheet, I did look, do my visual exam. I did note one stain that did react to the presumptive tests for blood, and I took a cutting of that suspected blood stain on the bedsheet.
Your Honor, for the record, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 339, which is that chart that I had up by the jury earlier.
Defense, do you agree?
This is
Okay. Exhibit 339 is admitted.
request to publish.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Holmes, I'm going to show you Exhibit 339 first of all here. Did you help me prepare this particular exhibit?
I did.
And did Ms. Minogue also contribute in preparing this exhibit?
Yes, she did.
Can you just let the jury know what this exhibit is?
Yes, this is just a summary table of the different people's exhibit numbers with a description of the item, and we've gone through all of those today. And then for my purposes, it does have a column that lists what the serology results were as far as whether it was presumptive positive.
For instance, where it says blue star in your column, would that be something you didn't test for blood because the blue star already eliminated there?
Correct.
And so did you contribute to the item and the serology aspect of this particular exhibit?
In preparing, yes, I confirmed with all of my reports that that is accurate. Correct.
And we'll be using this exhibit again with this. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Holmes? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'd call Donna Minogue. Can I just clean up the area?
Yeah, I didn't know how much of that you were still going to use here. Or...
Did you want help?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Minogue, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
All right.
Could you please state your name, spell your last for the record, and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Donna Minogue, and my last name is spelled Manogue. I'm currently a DNA analyst and serologist with the Colorado Springs Police Department Metro Crime Lab.
How long you been a DNA analysis? Analyst. Is that how you say that?
Analysis, yes. Analyst, actually.
Analyst.
That
was fast.
Yeah.
Fast.
I've been a DNA analyst since about 1999. Prior to working here at the CSPD Crime Lab, I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Lab doing the same type of job.
And how long have you been in that particular field prior to that?
I've been in the field of forensics for a little over 35 years, but in terms of serology and DNA, I would say since 1986.
What kind of training and experience do you have in that field of forensic DNA analysis?
The training experience that I have, again, is about 24 years, about close to 30 years in serology and DNA analysis, both with the Metro Crime Lab here and with the Albuquerque Police Department. Prior to this, I have experience training. I have on-the-job training by a qualified analyst in both locations because each location requires you to train in their particular procedures. It took about 2 years to train at Albuquerque Police Department because that's where I started. And it was probably about 4 to 6 months to train and come up to speed on their procedures here.
And do you have continuous training going on now every year?
I do. We are required by our accreditation board and our quality assurance standards to have at least 8 hours of training in developments in DNA, and I generally accrue about 40 to 60 hours a year.
And tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences I earned in 1981, and then I have a master's degree in the same field I earned in 1983. I also have continuing education beyond that, academic education, in terms of extra additional classwork that I took to help bolster my job qualifications in my prior years of employment and in my employment here.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I'm going to say approximately 30 times here in El Paso County. I've testified probably over 100 in Bernalillo County. That's in New Mexico, the county I worked in. And I've testified once, actually just once in federal court in California.
Time we ask that the court allow Ms. Minogue to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis and render opinions in that field.
Other witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
The jury's heard a little bit about forensic DNA analysis, and it was from an expert in the border.
Okay.
So give them the Colorado version of what forensic DNA analysis is.
Should be pretty similar. When you do forensic DNA analysis, you're looking for a transfer of body fluids from either an item to a scene to an item, person to person. So we're looking for a transfer of DNA that is contained in the cells in the body.
You say cells from our body. What kind of fluids do we get our DNA from?
You can obtain DNA profiles from almost any body fluid. Saliva and blood and semen are the most common, but you can also obtain DNA profiles from things like sweat and urine.
Blood?
Yes. Did I not say blood?
I don't know.
Blood, semen, and saliva. I thought that was my first.
It's been a long day for me. I apologize. Yeah, well, my fault. No question about that. I'm talking about this case. The people of Colorado versus Stauch involved in this investigation.
I was, yes, in terms of doing the DNA laboratory work.
I want to talk about known profiles first. What's a known profile?
A known profile is when you obtain a sample. It can be either a blood sample or it can be a saliva sample from an individual. So you're collecting it directly from them. So you know what their DNA profile is when you analyze it and obtain the profile.
Can you just let the jury know what a DNA profile is?
A DNA profile is a graphic representation of your genetic information at the locations that we examine in our laboratory.
And so how do we obtain these known profiles in a forensic setting, in a criminal case, in a criminal investigation?
They're obtained, essentially an investigator will provide known samples and they will be submitted to evidence. And then if it's on a request that I receive, I will analyze that.
Have you received things such as buccal swabs?
Yes, I have.
And is that a common way to develop a known profile for an individual who's alive, for instance?
That is a very common type of sample, yes.
And did you receive buccal swabs in this case?
I did, yes.
We're going to talk about those later on. But I really want to talk about, at least start out talking about how you were able to develop a profile for Dan and Stauch, especially before his body was
yes, because we had no body to source a profile from. I was provided with items that were common, thought to have been used by him. And one of the items that we obtained a profile from was from his toothbrush. And that was a male profile was developed from that.
And did you do anything to corroborate whether or not that profile actually belonged to Dan and Stauch?
Yes, we did. We did obtained standards from the biological mother and the biological father. And then we did a parentage statistic between the two parents and the profile we found from the toothbrush to determine if it was likely that those were the parents or this was the biological child of those two individuals.
And were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
The determination was that the profile from the toothbrush could not be excluded as having originated from the biological mother's standard and the biological father's standard that I found. And the probability of finding another individual with that profile, if you will, is the probability of including him as a biological offspring of those two is 99.9999, 10 nines after the %
What does that mean?
It's a high likelihood that these are the biological parents of the profile from the toothbrush.
Once Gannon Stauch's body was discovered March 17, 2020, were you able to corroborate that finding through other materials?
I was through bone samples.
What bone samples did you get?
I was provided with bone samples that were transferred or transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and they prepared some bone sample and bone marrow sample for me because I don't have the means to break down a bone. So they provided me samples, and I took a portion of those samples, and the profile from the bone sample matched the profile from the toothbrush.
And was that bone sample from a femur bone that was created, or at least the DNA sample was created for you to examine?
Correct.
It's a pathologist here in Forest Springs?
Yes.
Did you also get information with regards to what a DNA forensic analyst was doing out in Florida with regards to a rib bone belonging to Gannon Stauch?
My understanding is that they were attempting to obtain a profile, and they were putting it into like a database to determine, or as under the category of unidentified human remains. I don't know what the outcome of that entire thing was.
Did they reach out to you to confirm whether or not they had a match with regards to this rib bone that they did DNA analysis on in Florida?
We did, yes.
And was there a match with regards to what profile they obtained in Florida?
Yes, with the toothbrush sample.
Okay. So the last item I want to talk to you about was Gannon Stauch's fingernails. Were you able to do DNA analysis on his fingernails as well?
I did perform DNA on the fingernails in an attempt to get a DNA type that would verify that a known DNA sample from him. I was not able to obtain full profiles on those samples.
Were you able to obtain enough to know whether or not there was a connection between his fingernails and the toothbrush, for instance?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about that. What did you find?
Well, I found a low-level DNA profile, but there was enough information to calculate a statistic on to match them to each other.
Based on everything you just talked about, is the profile that you obtained from the toothbrush in the beginning the DNA profile for Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the profile you used in your analysis of particular unknown items, particularly from 6627, Mandan Drive, and other areas with regards to the profile from Gannon Stauch?
That is the profile that I used until I obtained the bone sample profile, which was more the toothbrush sample is what we consider a secondary standard, not knowing who the individual is, and the bone sample just verified that. But yes, I did use the toothbrush sample for comparison.
Did you also obtain some buccal swabs from the defendant, Letecia Stauch here, and obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also use that in your analysis when you're comparing knowns to unknowns?
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 339 on the TV screen, just so everyone can see it as we're talking.
From prosecution over here.
We're going to put People's Exhibit 339 up, which is a chart that's already in evidence. You may recognize it from the TV screen. Did you help contribute to making this chart?
Yes, I did.
And is this a good summary of the items that you tested, the results that you have on those particular items?
It is, yes.
I know we're giving away the answer early on this exhibit, but I think it's helpful for the jury to kind of follow us as we talk about particular things. The first item up there is Exhibit 386, which are swabs from the garage, placards A, B, and C. You recall that?
Yes.
When you get those items, what did you do, and how did you do your DNA analysis on those particular items?
Well, the swabs were already prepared for me during the serology examination. So what I end up with for the DNA examination is essentially an envelope of tubes with a corresponding number to them, and then I match them back up when I write the report. So I just simply did DNA analysis on these swabs.
What did you find with regards to the swab from placard A?
The swab from placard A, the major profile matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And when you say major profile, why do you describe it as a major profile?
Because in that particular sample, I had a mixture of more than one individual, and I was able to parse out a major contributor to that according to our standardized operating procedures. I was able to pull out a major profile, and that major profile matched again in Stauch.
And do you have any standards on how you determine whether or not a mixture can determine a major profile? How many contributors need to be in there for you to do that analysis?
In order to pull out a major profile, I have to follow our standard operating procedure, which is written up. It's called the mixture interpretation policy. And essentially, the major contributor has to be 2.5 to 3 times higher than the other contributors in that mixture. So by following my standard operating procedure, I was able to pull out a major profile.
How many contributors are in this mixture with regards to that?
I would have to check my report for that.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Top of page.
From swab A, I had a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. That major profile, the major male profile, matched again in Stauch.
And we know this is at least presumptively blood. Is blood a very enriched item that has DNA?
It's a very rich source of DNA, yes.
Is it common, for instance, when you're swabbing products for this podium, you might find several different profiles?
You could, yes.
Is the fact that it may be blood, would that contribute to Gannon being a major profile in this 2-person mixture?
I can't say that the DNA, I can only tell you that because it was presumptively positive for blood, we know there's a good indication that there's blood in here, but I can only tell you that the major profile is attributable to Gannon Stauch.
What about placard B?
Placard B, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male, and the major male profile matched Gannon Stauch at, again, estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when the jury has this chart back in the deliberations, where it says major profile matches Gannon, is that always going to be a mixture?
Not necessarily. Major, yes. When you hear the term major, that means that the DNA profile was a mixture, but that a major was able to be parsed out of that.
Whereas we get the placard C, when it says matches Gannon, tell us about placard C.
Placard C was a single source male profile, and that profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when there's a single source profile with People's Exhibit 339, indicate that item matches Gannon.
Correct.
Just so we're clear. So mixtures, you'll see the word major profile.
Yes.
Source, you'll just see match.
Correct.
You've thrown out the probability. You said 1 in 3.4 octillion. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Now, what does that mean? What does that mean to this jury?
An octillion is a 3. For instance, we just rounded off to 3 octillion. That's a 3 followed by 27 zeros.
And why do we do that?
It's to give you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile, how often each of the alleles occur in the general population.
And so is it also to confirm that that is in fact Gannon's blood and placard C or garage?
We don't provide source attribution. We don't say this profile originates from. We provide you with the fact that it's a match and the statistic that gives you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile.
Yes. I won't ask you again. Okay? Let's go to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled Carpet 1 from Gannon's room. What did you do with that, and what did you find?
Again, this was in a tube already prepared for me, and it was extracted or examined. It was analyzed for the DNA profile. And that's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503, so it would be in your report.
Cutting from the top of the carpet?
Yeah, right.
Yes, that cutting from the top of the carpet was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And did you also do a DNA analysis on the padding, or at least a cutting from the padding with regards to that same carpet?
The cutting from the padding was the same result, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
We can go now to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled there on 339 as face of outlet cover for Gannon's room. Do you recall getting a cutting or a DNA kit with regards to that?
This was a swab, and that's 512?
People's Exhibit 512.
Yes, I thought you said 503. These were swabs of a stain from the face of the outlet cover and the inside edge of the plug window. And I analyzed one of the samples that was prepared in a tube for me. And that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which is male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So this is another 2-person mixture. How do you know at least one is male? What do you do to determine?
There are 3 areas on the DNA, on our DNA graphic printout, that tells us if there's a male present. One is actually a location on the Y chromosome. The other is the sex chromosomes, the X and Y. If I see a Y, I know there's a male. And there's also another area on the Y chromosome that's present if a male is present.
And the next item on 339 is People's Exhibit 516, which is a swab of the electrical socket in Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And then People's Exhibit 504 is carpet 2 from Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Is that as high as you can go as far as the frequency?
No.
Go higher than that.
Yes.
How high can you go?
It depends on what the alleles are, because it's based on the frequency of occurrence of a particular allele. It's based on the DNA profile. If people have rare DNA profiles, because sometimes we do, like they'll have a rare reading at a location, so the frequency of occurrence of that is less, which makes the statistic higher.
Okay. The padding, I'm assuming, is the same for carpet 2?
Yes, the padding is the same, a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with a frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now the next item is People's Exhibit 332, if I may approach her.
May, go ahead.
With regards to People's Exhibit 332, did you actually do the serology on this item as well?
I did the serology on this, yes.
I'm going to get it to you in just a second. I'll show you the bag first.
Okay. I recognize it because I recognize the barcode label that's on there, and my initials and date when I resealed it is on there as well.
Now I'll show you the board.
Yes.
Does it show here where you did your serological examination?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Serological.
Do the best I can.
That's your fine.
All right, so permission to publish to the jury.
May.
And if you wouldn't mind stepping out, just showing the jury where you took your swab or what you did with regards to this board.
The first thing I did is I noted possible blood staining, we call it red brown staining, until we identify it as presumptively positive blood. So I've got an area marked here that is dark red brown staining. I've also got a lot of little dots located that I did not test these dots because they're too small. I was afraid I was going to consume them. Is if we're going to process them for DNA, we need to take them straight to DNA without any processing. So this one here was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. And then at a later time, I swabbed these two areas because they fluoresced with using an alternate light source. So I took a swab from here, swab from here, swab from here, and then I swabbed the edges of the board, wondering if anybody had handled the board. So I took 4 samples total.
While we're up here, with regards to 339, we see 332 on the board. You said it's presumptive positive for blood. What swab are we talking about that actually matches Gannon?
That is this large stain here.
Did you find anything with regards to your other swabs?
I did. I have a feeling I have to go review my report.
That's fine. We can put this down ahead and do that.
From the swabs from the edges of the board that I was looking for if somebody had handled it, it was a mixture of, it's a partial profile, which means I don't have all the information on the DNA profile. And it's a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. And the profile was not suitable for comparison because it was too low level.
And why is it that you did the serology on this particular board and the DNA analysis?
It was the weekend and I was the only one available.
Was there some urgency with this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And you did it quickly and to get it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
The next item we see on 339 is People's Exhibit 378, Nike shoes from Washer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually get the shoes, but did you get swabs that were related to that shoe?
I did. I got swabs that Sherry Holes, the serologist, collected. She did the presumptive testing and collected, and I did the DNA analysis.
Let's talk about the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the outsole of the right Nike shoe matched. It was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
What happens to DNA when you place items in a washing machine and wash it?
It depends on the nature of the stain. It depends on a lot of things. It also depends on how heavy the deposit is. Some of the DNA can be washed off. Sometimes all of the DNA can be washed off.
It just depends on what happened, right? These particular shoes, did you see anything that may have diluted the DNA profile, or can you even?
I didn't see the shoes, so I don't know.
Did you give a statistical analysis with regards to the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe?
Yes, that was an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Let's go to swabs of the bottom sole of right Nike shoe. What did you see there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Next item says swabs of inside sole of Nike shoe. What did you find with regards to that particular swab?
That was a mixture again, and I was able to parse out a major profile, and the major profile matched Letecia Stauch with an estimated, or at least it matched at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 28 billion.
Do you understand why Sherry Holes would swab the inside of the sole of the Nike shoes?
Yes.
What was that for?
For potential wearer.
Do you know how many contributors there were to this particular mixture?
I can check. From the interior, is this the left shoe? Yeah, the left shoe. It was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male.
You can scroll down now, please, on 339. One more, please, up. So now we're on the swabs of the inside sole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the inside sole of the right Nike shoe is a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Letecia Stauch at the interpretable loci with estimated frequency of 1 in 730 septillion.
Do you know what kind of body fluids, what kind of cells we're looking at with regards to these few swabs on the inside of the tissue?
You're looking mostly for skin cells that have kind of rubbed off or fallen off over the course of time.
Sweat being a contributor to that?
Well, sweat can contain skin cells in it, but sweat is actually a liquid, and if there are cells in the liquid, then you're obtaining a DNA profile from the actual cells, not from the liquid.
The next item we see on People's Exhibit 339 is People's Exhibit 459, which is swabs from base of box and garage south of boards. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a partial single source profile that matched again in Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 87 quadrillion.
And what is partial single source profile?
Partial means that I'm only seeing evidence of one person in this particular DNA sample, but I'm not able to, the technology is not able to detect some of the locations because it's just a low level of DNA. I don't have enough DNA.
And so for the jury's, in my benefit, quite frankly, you've got the profile from the toothbrush, Gannon's profile.
Yes.
You've got a profile from the swabs of this box in the garage.
Yes.
One profile has all the, are they called alleles?
Loci. Alleles, so loci would be better. It's like the locations on the DNA.
I know they might have all the same locations, but enough to be called.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
We can now go to 518, which is swabs, base of stairs and garage under cord. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you test that for DNA analysis?
I did, and I obtained a profile that was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched again in Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.8 quintillion.
We're just going to go down the list. People's Exhibit 190 or 278. You see that?
Yes.
Gannon's bed, which was presumptively positive for blood. What did you find out?
The swab from Gannon's bed was a partial profile, a single source male that matched Gannon's Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 450 sextillion.
Exhibit 192, a blue and white scrub brush head bristles.
The blue and white scrub brush was a mixture of at least two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon's Stauch at the interpretable loci with a statistic or an estimated frequency of 1 in 120 septillion.
Exhibit 193, 50 scrub brush backside.
That was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon's Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 2.3 trillion.
Then we have 191, a red and white rose scrub brush top flat surface. What did you find with regards to that?
That I obtained only a partial DNA profile that was not suitable for comparison, but there was one male. It's a profile of at least one male.
Was that a mixture or was it a single source?
My conclusion was at least one male, so we're thinking it could possibly be two, but thinking it's one.
And could that be impacted with regards to that particular item that had been washed in a dishwasher?
Yes.
Is that obvious why that?
Well, a dishwasher obviously washes dishes like a washing machine, but contained in the soap and that whatever additives you put in the dishwasher, there's bleach in that soap, and that can break down the DNA.
The next item we see on 393 is People's Exhibit 361, pink suitcase from South Carolina, mesh lining inside. What did you find?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon's Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
How about 365? The blanket from the suitcase that was found.
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon's Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we have on there, it says teal couch pillow from basement. Just so we're clear, if we skip one item down where it says Blue Star swabs from pillow on or couch in basement, do you know if that's the same item?
I believe it's the same item. One was collected at the scene by the crime scene investigator, and the other was collected by Sherry Holes.
What did you find with regards to, let's just cover all three items, 417 at once, which are swabs from Blue Star. What did you find with regards to those swabs?
One of them was from a basement area rug, and I found a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. The minor was attributable to an unknown individual, and I gave it a number 1. Because when you find an unknown profile that you don't have a standard to compare it to, you just start counting. So this was the first one.
And is that common to see unknown profiles without pictures?
Yes.
You don't have a known profile yet, but
Yes.
this particular case, did you ever get a known profile from Lena Stauch?
No, I did not.
Common for people who live in the house to get DNA.
Yes.
So let's go down to the next item, which is Blue Star swabs.
I believe this was one collected by the CSI because of the Blue Star identifying information. That was that DNA profile was a mixture of 3 contributors, 3 male contributors actually. The major profile matched skin and Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 100 septillion, and the minor was not suitable for comparison.
And the cutout carpet with burn marks.
That DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we see there is People's Exhibit 423. 4 items there. Plastic cup and storage room outside lip swab. I don't want to read them all, but what did you find with regards to this plastic cup? People's Exhibit 523. Swabbing that was submitted to you.
There were 4 separate swabs. First was the swab, sort of the stain on the outside lip of the lid, the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. I have a second one, swabs of the stain on the outside corner of the lid from the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. Then I have a swab of a stain on the outside lip edge and into the side of the container on the short end of the tub in the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. And then lastly, I have a stain on the inside corner of the lid on the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
People's Exhibit 519 looks like it's 2 more Blue Star swabs that we see on People's Exhibit 339.
Yes.
One is Blue Star swabs from storage room 4. What did you find with that one?
That was a DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now, with regards to the Blue Star items on 339, do you know what substance that is that you're testing for DNA?
It's just an area that reacted to the Blue Star reagent that they use out on the field. The Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood.
You're just testing whatever they swab.
Correct.
You're basing Blue Star on what they label that swab.
Correct. It was described as Blue Star positive, so we maintain that throughout the report.
Blue Star swab.
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matches again in Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 170 septillion.
we can go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom. We should get the rest of them in. And then we have People's Exhibit 194, swab from exterior and opposite of handle inner part. What did you find?
That was a mixture of two contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 52 septillion, and the minor was attributable to unknown individual number one. Correct.
You didn't have a known profile matched.
Correct.
Was Exhibit 435, swabs from exterior of Amazon box from storage room, 3 stains. What did you find?
For all 3 stains, they were all single source male profiles that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
You did a test on all 3 different samples?
Correct. And the DNA profile and the statistic is the same for all 3.
Now, you tested a lot more items than what was displayed in 339. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these the items that you were able to identify Gannon Stauch to or the defendant to with regards to your DNA testing?
Yes.
Are there other items that you were not able to obtain a profile to or were not able to come to a conclusion with that were not presented to the jury?
Yes, there were.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Break for a moment.
But they're just going to be like, okay, can we go now? I'm telling you, I mean, come on now. How many experts do they need? I mean, come on. Really? What do you guys think? You made hot dogs? I had, what are those Johnsonville ones called? Chili cheese? That wasn't too far.
Bratwurst, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bratwurst.
I don't do them. I
Yeah.
do hot dogs.
What do you think about this, Dippy?
Boring, and yes, there's no need for all of this. They've known
I know.
known since the board that it was him.
Whoever the controller is.
I mean, how many experts do they need?
Hi.
They shouldn't need no more than one in each field.
You would think.
Stauch in this case, I've just got some.
Oh, God. And he's got questions.
Not a lot.
Listen to us. We're so sick of that.
On the chart, and for the DNA part, it says major profile matches Gannon. Do you see that? Or
Yes,
or you can turn around.
Yes.
So, Mr. Young discussed this with you. So there's more than one DNA sample floating around in this sample.
There's evidence of 2
Did you hear
individuals
that?
in this mixture.
Floating around here.
You fully developed the other sample or the other DNA contributor or the other profile, I guess the minor profile?
When a sample is in a test tube and I develop a profile and I obtain the graph, this is what I get. There's no more developing portions of a profile. I develop a profile, and this one happened to be a mixture, and I have an unknown individual identified as the minor contributor.
Okay. So you're not looking at this number 194 and going, well, the major profile matches Gannon, and the minor one is Letecia Stauch or father or mother or anything like that.
They are compared to all of the standards that I have in the case, and I was not able to say that it matched any of the standards that I had in the case, which is why the minor was identified as unknown individual number 1.
Okay. So the matches on this whole chart we just went over, the couple matches with Letecia Stauch involve the Nike running shoe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, some of these tests or the samples were collected very on in the investigation, the winter, spring of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some of them, like the last one up here, Exhibit 435, the Amazon box, there was no request made for the DNA testing on that until maybe 2 years after this homicide, correct?
I don't know when the request, I do actually have the request here. I can tell you when the request was put in on March 28th, 2022.
Okay. I have a request date for January 27th, 2022, with a report date of March 17th, 2022.
Oh, my error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct. It's January 27th, 2022. I was reading the due date.
Okay. So there's a 2-year difference in between the early samples that were taken to the final ones that were taken and ultimately DNA tested, correct?
I don't know when the boxes were submitted originally to evidence.
Okay.
Or the items on this particular report. They may have been in evidence the whole time, and we were just asked to go back and examine these as well. I can't answer that.
Okay. I think that is probably it. Just a second.
Oh my God.
As one of your, who were the standards you were using? You had Letecia Stauch.
Yes.
Gannon.
Yes.
Gannon's father.
Yes.
Gannon's mother.
Correct.
Gannon's sister, Lena.
No, I did not have that standard.
You didn't have Lena?
No.
Okay. Did you have a Harley Hunt?
No.
Who, do
Yeah,
you know
she-
who Harley Hunt was?
Going after Harley.
You didn't know that that was Leticia's daughter that was living in the house?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Minogue? Doesn't look like it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Minogue, you can go ahead and step in.
Hey, thank you. That's all right.
Together there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are again in the same position that we were earlier today, and that is that we do not have any other witnesses to fill the day. We anticipate, however, that the witnesses will be here tomorrow. Therefore, they are traveling. So if I can have everyone back in the morning at the same place, same time, we should be able to start on time at 9 o'clock. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Don't go looking up what septillion and quadrillion and all of that stuff means. I know everybody wants to get home and do that. You simply can't. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at the regular time. All rise for the jury, please.
Look at her. She's looking a little disturbed there. I think her attorney said something to her, but I could be wrong. Oh my God, this is so boring.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Since we have this time, I want to talk a little bit about potential Wednesday morning issues. Are your people flying in today, tomorrow, or what? Okay.
They don't have any
So
witnesses.
So
Unreal.
that part, the weather should not impact our travel here. Wednesday morning, if we have a 2-hour delay, my thought would be that we start at 10:30.
2-hour delay.
Give us time to get the jury back at 10 o'clock.
They got bad weather coming in.
Where?
Give us time to get
There.
Oh. Oh, I didn't know that.
Spoke with Court and
Yeah,
Transport
he said it earlier.
over the lunch
Oh.
hour to see what impact it
Not
is on
it.
their operation.
I'm not paying attention. Obviously.
They just hold them until everybody gets here. So, who are we anticipating potentially on Wednesday?
On Wednesday, good question.
See, they don't even know that.
It's just Dr. Torres, Judge, but let me make sure.
And is she coming up from Pueblo?
I think she actually lives here.
Okay. I think storm track is supposed to be more north, so I think coming up from Pueblo is not as much of an issue, but we'll deal with it if we need to, I suppose.
Yep. So we actually have 2 witnesses slated for potentially on Wednesday, depending, of course, on how everybody goes for timing wise. Both of them are local, so we should have no trouble with that.
Okay. All right. So we'll just keep an eye on the weather then and see where we are on Wednesday morning and hope for the best. And I also don't know what the impact will be on potential jurors here either. So we'll just have to deal with that. So, okay. Anything else from the prosecution?
Not that I can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Well, I think Mr. Young.
Oh, Mr. Young.
You did get the packet that we sent you with jury instructions. Because I know I sent them to defense as well. Just
For like when? Yes, I do. I thought if you meant in the last day or so, the answer would be no. But I do have the jury instructions that you sent a few days before we started, I think it was, or the week before, something like that. Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Does have anything else? No, okay. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Hello to drink, Letecia.
Well,
Oh,
I'm kind of glad they ended earlier today because 7:30. They be ending around 7:30 my time. That's crazy. Yep, we are done for the day.
here I am again on mute. Jesus.
Miss Kid did not realize that they got a storm coming in tomorrow night.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
They don't know if it's going to affect their area. It's supposed to be more north of them, but they don't know if they have witnesses coming from north. So
Oh,
find out.
I
as
mean, how many witnesses, experts do they need? Okay, for this.
I felt like only one per
Yeah.
thing. Like they had like 3 per thing.
Yes, 3.
Well, you contradict this one, and this one contradicts that one, but who's telling them who has the right? Like, come on.
I know, right? Oh,
I probably would have too, GT, if I didn't do dishes.
well, I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's gonna be over by next week or the week after?
Well, they said hopefully by Friday.
Next Friday?
Yep, and that'll put it at, we're in week 3 now, so that'll put it at just at week 5.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, because they don't have any witnesses. So I think the interesting one, and it's going to be a 2-day deal with Dr. Dorothy Lewis.
And that's on the, is that for the, who is she with? Is she defense or?
Yep, defense. And because she's an older woman. She's like in her late 70s, early 80s. Oh, don't quote me on that. 70s for sure. But she's super mellow, you know what I mean? And they're gonna and she's gonna go over every little thing.
Well, we look at it this way. If she is up there for like a day or two, they said prosecution should be done by Wednesday.
Okay.
So if she's done, if she comes on, she'll be the first one to go, right? Most likely. So if they do plan on having Letecia go up, then they're going to go over Friday.
Ugh.
That's if the defense, I don't know exactly how many they're going to have though. I know they said it's only like 1 or 2, but you never know who's going to be like a surprise witness for us.
I know, right? Because they can call anybody at any time.
We might even see our own kid up there.
Yeah, they said that she's for the defense too.
Well,
Hardly is.
You better be careful. You better be careful. They only give you like 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you're subpoenaed.
But if you're subpoenaed, you'd also get it. It'll come in handheld, not mail.
Oh, really?
Yep. They'll
Well,
send
no.
it to your sheriff's office, and your sheriff's office will bring it to you.
Well, I won't open my door.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
open
right.
the door for any cops, and it's a secure place where I'm at. I had to secure my safety because of Letecia. No, I'm just kidding. I had to do it for a stalker. Oh my god.
But did you see what Sugar said? She said if she would something about Quincy and Eduardo. Quincy's on the most wanted list. He's in Mexico. If he got word of this, do you know he could put a hit out on her in jail? Because trustees get to go all over the damn prison, cleaning and doing other shit like that.
Yep.
Even if she isn't in Gen Pop, which I doubt she is in Gen Pop, she's probably secluded, they still can get back there. Because they also are the ones that deliver the trays.
Yeah, you know what? She's not thinking. She thinks she's smart. She's not too bright.
Let's go with one of the ones that are on the most wanted list. Yeah, we're smart.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, I don't think she thought that through before she actually said that.
Nope.
Just saying. Like, at that point, I think she was rushing to come up with something.
Do you know what's going on in the Classic and Sincere trial?
Mm-mm.
Me either. I'm going to have to look at Lawyer Mystery Maven's channel.
I watch Mystery.
Yep. Mystery Maven.
No.
Yes.
It's Mystery Monsters or something like that.
Oh, Monsters. Who's that?
Yeah, she doesn't have the audio or nothing like that. What she does is gets the whole transcript from the court that day. And sometimes at lunch, if she has enough time, she'll do the before section, and then after lunch she does after it ends. But here recently she's been doing it all at one time, and it's kind of like what what the heck's his name is on Twitter, Easton.
Yeah.
What he does, he types everything out for you. She reads it though, instead of, she has it all typed out in front of her and she reads what happened. Like she doesn't miss a beat. It's like, this person said this, and this, what, like as if they're saying it on the stand. And she goes through it as if the DA is the one asking the questions or whatever. So she's pretty good. Like, sometimes it makes you feel like you're in a courtroom.
Well, that's good. So like really professional, like.
Yeah. But she's an older lady.
Like I'm no professional though. I'm just here. I'm just here for it.
Hey, Maisie.
I'm here for laughter, not just all this serious shit.
Maisie, be I
seen you got your peoples in here, all your people today.
Well, OG's here. She's just in the background. She's listening.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, because I asked her where the hell she was. She's like, I'm in there, but I'm cleaning, so I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
So,
hey, OG.
Get in here and say hi.
Remember I was calling her a goose? And then you said OG, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that yeah, I'll call her that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I got a lot of people calling her OG.
Yeah.
It's just easier to call her that.
That's what I do, all these long names.
Like, Maisie's name isn't Maisie. It's like something else, but I can't pronounce it, so I call her Maisie.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what it looks like it says, Maisie. So,
yeah.
I can't even begin to tell you how it's really said.
So, chat, what do you think of all this?
She didn't act up again. That means it's building up.
Yep.
And we're gonna have a real wait. And you know what? Probably it's gonna happen when she gets ready to get sentenced.
Yep, because when they said this morning, what did they say? They're talking about jury. God, see, I can't even spit the word out. Where you talk to the jury and explain to them about how to read these forms, these legal forms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to get going, people. I need to go eat.
All right, y'all. Look, I probably will do a live this evening.
Are you tonight?
But
You are. Okay.
It probably won't be until about 8.
So you do recaps every night, then?
Sometimes.
Oh,
if I
okay.
remember, or if I have
Okay.
something else to talk about. But yeah, I try to do the recaps.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for being up here with me. I appreciate it. And thank you, chat, for being here. And everybody that comes through and watches the replay and yada, yada, yada. Right, right, right? Hey, did you catch that? That was
We
Letecia.
love your faces.
Yada, yada, yada. Right, right, right. Right, right, right. Okay.
I got to figure out a way to do her so I can do one.
I know,
See if I
you
can
got
do
to. I can't do her. No. I mean, I would have to study her for, a day.
I could do her, but I have to pay attention to what she says.
I think what I could do, I could make fun of the day that she gets sentenced, okay? Or she's found guilty by the jury. No, maybe not. I don't know. I could do Lori though. Obviously.
I could sit there and do how she's doing right now in court.
Yeah.
Like, giving you the bird the whole time. Be like, yada, yada, yada.
Right. Okay, everybody. Talk to you later.
I love everybody's faces.
Later.
Bye.